Oh my god. Oh my god. End of tourney? Late? What? Never. Not in a million years. Not in a million years would I delay our contestants in World for this long because I done goofed. No. Would I do that montage? By the way, joining me is it's montage. Obviously, who else would be here? Who else would have the audacity to come into my domain?
Exactly. Happy to be here. It's been a minute since I've casted a tournament. I think it's been at least 2 months now. So it's nice to be back. And yeah, the Tryhard Throwdown. This is up my alley because that's what everyone knows me as a player. That I am always on point with my wave dashes, with my tech. And so Endo was like, since this guy's clearly very, very, very good at the video game, who else could cast alongside him but me? So
well,
really honored
it's
to be thought of in that light.
Totally not a pity pick out of 100%. Either way, hello everyone. Obviously, moving swiftly along before I have to explain to people why I have this guy here. But anyway, we do have both of our contestants in World montage, but we are just going to take a very quick look at the bracket, the build, sorry, excuse me. Is going to be Ando, who is going to be using that nice little Dex build versus Kiwasao, who's on Int. An Int Kiba, by the looks of things. Voices the whole axe of Ando. Very, very nice. Kind of, what dashing, handsome clown shoes wearing fellows we have here. Do you have any comments on the builds here before we crack on, Monty?
So yeah, Intelligence Kiba, that one's interesting to me. I'm assuming Spin Slash is
Spin Slash is
banned.
Yes,
Yeah,
Spin Slash
so
is banned.
yeah, so the intelligence version is interesting to me. And then also, yeah, we have Sword Spear on the other hand. We don't, at least me personally, I don't see that one very often. So I'm interested to see what the cook is. And it's also funny to see that the off-X is also Frost as well.
It gets chilly.
Just for debuff.
It gets very chilly in the Duelist Square, Monty. You know, you keep warm. You got to keep warm out there. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our contestants in Ando in blue, Kiwasao in red. Monty, will you give us the count in for this foist round?
Sure can. In 3, 2, 1.
Kabloom, kapow, kaplooey. I don't know any other ones, unfortunately, but we do have the bomb out. We do have the physics drag. We do have the screams of defiance coming out here on the side of Ando, who's going to be jumping, giving left, right, and center here as the off-axe is going to come through to try and get that hit. However, Kiwasao is right in on top of him. And you see that doubling down on the Frost pick here, Monty, by the looks of things, with that chilling mist on the Kiba. As we see these really nice dead angles come out here. I know that I've had the pleasure of fighting Kiwasao actually today, and he's very
it's
fun.
off Beast Claw. I don't think we saw that. You see that? Yeah.
The beasts in our arena, we're letting this riff-raff in here. What the hell, Monty? But yeah, you're going to have some really nice recovery cancels coming in on that. And the one thing I will say about the Beast Claw is the fact that it replaces your gloves with whatever the hell that is. And I'm not really a fan of it. You know, my fashion gets ruined. So I actually think it's low tier. It's not goated. It is not busting it down. I hate it. I can't believe it. But either way,
I'm with you on that one. I point down people when they don't have on-point fashion, and when I see the Beast Claw, it makes me go grr. So.
Grr? Real?
Yes.
That's terrifying, Monty. Absolutely terrifying, as we are going to see these hits left and right coming through here as we do see the Chilling Mist come out, go for that running attack. They jump over the top into that attempted recovery cancel. Kiwasao is being evened out here, even though he had a fairly substantial lead as the daggers are out, and there are daggers in men's smiles. As I'm sure Heartbreaker Jaker would say, repeatedly as that jump R2 comes out, and it does land. And that is going to be the first fight over to Ando. What? I like Kiwasao's play here. I actually really do like it, Monty. I think that an awful lot of those dead angles to try and force it, I'll call them early hits, but really what they are basically is, I don't know, it's dead angles looking to the side so that the hitbox comes out quicker. Stuff like that is really nice, and Kiwasao is really trying hard to make that function, but it is still a one-handed Kiba, and we may see that Beast Claw, just to get that nice bit of chip, is actually kind of genius. Very big brain. I actually like it a lot. But Ando, of course, on my beloved, the Halberd, even if it's not one of the good ones. I'm sorry, Ando. I'm sorry. It has to be said. I don't like it. I don't like it.
So there's actually really something here. Actually, I'll let you count me in if the players are ready. But there's actually there's a couple interesting things about the off Beast Claw pick that I love, and I'll talk about here in a sec. But if you want to count me in, we'll get the second match in.
On a 3, 2, 1, but I'm curious as to your thoughts. Please do go on.
Yeah. So Beast Claw, one of the benefits of it is that it does give you the it gives you kind of like that forward momentum that gives you some interesting range to your setups. But another interesting thing is, and I don't think this has really been like super labbed all that much, and I don't even know if it's something that you can even make consistently, but I'd love to see some of like the top level players like really try to figure this one out. But with Beast Claw, when your character's swing does like the off animation, well, I guess it doesn't matter which hand you put it in, but you see how his character model goes down, he ducks, right? That you can actually space and strafe attacks with that duck. It's a very small and tight window, so it's probably, it may just be something where it's more trouble than it's worth. But it's something that I've kind of started to do against certain setups, where if I free aim it and I go diagonally forward, I can actually duck a bunch of attacks and you know, then win that. So I love the off claw pick. I think it's a pick that's, I wouldn't say it's amazing, but it's also, it has some interesting jank with it that I think is worth exploring. But
and
anyways,
you know how Elden Ring players love jank, as we see those stray R1s coming out there and the running attack, and we are going to see Ando taking an awful lot of damage here as he is going to be put into the pain train. Oh,
32 health right now, and so we do see this is actually one of the, so in a case like this, as someone that has used a lot of Beast Claw, the running R1 is actually a fantastic kind of finisher. So I just go double Beast Claw from here. Obviously, you know, Kiwasao is the one that's winning.
Oh my god!
Died! Red Feather! You caught him lacking! Oh my gosh! That was crazy! That was such a call out. Oh, you want to do this long ass war? Bop! Like that had to have been like if there was any excess amount of health that Ando was gonna pull off there, it was like maybe a difference of 5 or 10 HP. That was like almost like perfectly mapped out. Like that was crazy.
We do see Lanesaw complaining about poise cap. No, there isn't, and there never will be again. I do not care if your spin slash gets nerfed by my rule set. I literally couldn't give a toss. Cope and seed, honestly. Poise limits are dumb at this stage. And a tier skip tyrant, yes! I'm stealing that, Amy. I am so stealing that. But Monty, we do have both of our players in this best of 5, which I probably should have said earlier. As we peer over the parapet and through it for the looks of things.
Exactly.
Give us the count in, Monty.
And a 3, and a 2, and a 1.
Boom! And the bolt is out and we're no longer clipping through geometry. You'll love to see it, as we are going to see that bestial roar come out. Getting a nice bit of damage there right off the bat. I actually like those shouts here from Ando. He seems to be committing to them as he's committing to those swings. Oh my god. Who said that low commitment was terrible for was good for Souls games? That's crazy. As we are going to see the run R2 come out there, but unfortunately a standing R1 comes through there, and we see another running attack as the Beast Claw comes through, but the Frost is procced. Ando is poised, even though he has lots of it, to take this round as we do see the tier gone now for Kiwasao. Kiwasao needs to find his way back here as we see those dead angles, but the trades come through into an off axe, comes through once again. Kiwasao 166 HP, and he's gonna be sorry for the gun kill as he throws a dagger out there once more, and an empty jump forced back in. Now the jumping R1 comes out here for Kiwasao, and another one, but the, you know, listen, funny tracking isn't gonna matter.
Tried to do the 1-2.
Oof.
Well, GG's. Wow, congratulations to Ando there. Kiwasao was just a little late, I think I would say, late on the jumps. He was trying to jump out of, you know, using the halberds, just kind of thrusting momentum to kind of like strafe. Because halberd is a setup that is commonly strafed, but yeah, just a little bit late on the execution there, so got caught a couple times. That was unfortunate. But either way, a 3-0 goes to Ando, and congratulations to that. I mean, look, the old classic halberd hatchet, right? You know, that's especially with patch 113 that has been, or is it 112? Yeah, it was 112. Yeah, where basically that kind of came into the fold of the best. So, well played to Ando. And next up we have it's Atlas the Blue, and Blue Noctara. So it looks like we have people fighting for colors. It's kind of like in Smash when people yeah, it's like when Smash when like everyone both players play the same character with the same color scheme, so you gotta have to like, you know, salty bets match each other to see who gets the color.
Hard swaps banned? No, hard swaps are not banned. Lily is pulling everyone's leg. No, hard swaps are completely legal. Jesus Christ. But yeah, it is going to be blue yabba dee yabba die here as we have blue versus Atlas, which is kind of, you know, kind of tragic when you think about it, you know. Both sides are kind of fighting for that color. And you know what? At the end of the day, as I do say, thank you very much to Osiris J. But yeah, I haven't fought Atlas in a while. Atlas, of course, is a Kiba main. And Blue did quite well in yesterday's tourney run, having a very, very good run through loser's bracket and just not quite able to do it. But no, good showing here from the side of Ondo and Kiwasao as well. I'm going to just ping the players real quick. And I would be shocked. I would be shocked and appalled if we don't see Atlas on the tried and true Kibas. But I know that his baby has been killed, slain by Michael Zaki himself. He said, no, Atlas, you need to be nerfed. You're not allowed. So we might actually see a swap over. I haven't actually had the pleasure of fighting Atlas in a very, very long time. So I'm going to be super stoked to see what he has. And I'm just looking at here. Okay, let me just look at this. Blue, Noctra, and Atlas. Join, please. Join up, nerds.
Yeah, I fought Atlas. I think the last time I fought Atlas was like it had to have been like 5 or 6 months ago at this point. It may be even longer if my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, I remember I was playing in. It was way back like a year ago. Striker's off meta tournament that he made with Frosty, and I just remember Atlas the Blue completely demolishing my ass with the poison katana. So,
Montage, you're so pro. You would never lose in tourney. Never. Not in a million years.
I was sandbagging. Let's not get ahead of it. Of course I was sandbagging. You know,
you're just going easy on them, bro. I understand.
Yeah,
completely. 100%.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a pure pity thing. That's been basically the theme of this entire tournament. You know, so it's great. No, but I do want to give you an update. This is a very important update, and I am now halfway through my iced coffee, so the engine is turning on, baby, and I'm excited for all of the lovely setups. I think what I like about your or just like the difference between like maybe something that Jaker might throw or something that the Den might throw or that you might throw or whoever. I do like the little mini variations in the tournaments because it does offer players something a little bit different depending on what, you know, a tournament you're playing on and you know the setups that you can use. Is there any setups that you think are going to shine through today?
I mean,
go forward.
Obviously, with the spacing glitch being allowed, which is very, very, you know, Bevan proving the wrong that tryhards can't actually read rule sets. But no, obviously with Curse Blade legal, I would consider it probably one of the strongest things in here. Obviously, Thrusting Sword is absolutely insane, even with Clean Rot banned. And Shamshir, Twin Blades, all of these things are very strong fists, even regular fists, given that patches are banned. They're still a very good option with the DLC greases and stuff. So there's a bunch of things here that are very strong looking at this here. Obviously, the builds. We do have the 37 end versus the 38 end. Blue having a marginal deficit there, which might lead to a little things. Such build, wrong names? No. Oh, dear. Never mind. I have Ripperoni and Pepperoni. Oopsie daisy. Having both blues! This is crazy. But yeah, having Blue Nocta here, obviously enough, using the Dexterity build versus the Strength build. Both are very strong. But yeah. How do you actually feel, Monty, before we crack on with this match, how do you feel about the Strength versus Dex battles happening right now at the moment? Do you think that it's kind of... Do you think that one build maybe shines out a little bit more than the other, or how what's your thoughts?
I mean, I've always been a big fan of Strength just because you get natural damage negation from going Strength. So I think it's like it's not a huge amount, but it's still like it's something where you get some defenses with going with that stat. But given like, you know, the how backhand blades and all of that work, Dex is fantastic, and there's a lot of great options there. So I think with the DLC, Dex has actually came up to the level of
Yeah.
strength, which is really cool. Whereas before it was pretty much you just go a strength build. So,
right.
but I digress.
Count
If
us
you want
in,
to count me
Bestie.
in, and
I will indeed. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience in Montage, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez.
All right, so we do see the Frost coming out on the side of blue, and we do see Atlas running with the tried and true classic Starfist. Looks like they have the lightning grease applied there. So right now, basically the keys to success here is that blue is going to be using the range to their advantage, but if Atlas does get in, it can be a world of hurt. And so we do see that chase down right now in the corner, but blue has swung like a lumberjack their way out, but you're... Gosh, it's just been priority, just switching back and forth and back and forth. Right now, we do see Atlas using the R2, the big damage on the R2 on these Starfists to really pull ahead here on... Yeah, but here's the thing. This is what blue needs to do. Just kind of keep your distance, keep them away, use that hatchet to make sure they're off of you. Nice running R2 into keeping the priority. That is big damage. Blue has their teal. Never mind. It has been popped. 490 health on the side of Atlas. Atlas really needs to pull this one back. Nice little bit of chip damage. That's exactly the play that they need to do. Keep Thor... Oh, okay. This is great. Okay, I like that. Going two-handed to get the hyper armor, but that's not working out. Atlas is just chip away. They are... Ooh, dodges the R2. It is trying to get the punish. Didn't quite get it. Jumping R2 from the side of blue. We do see Atlas now pulling this one back, maintaining the lead here in health. We have 226 to 598. Both players just... You can see they're slowing it down a little bit. They're trying to play smarter because this can go both ways. And Atlas does take it with a, I think that was like a roll R1.
Roll R1 indeed. Yes, there was a couple of opportunities there, and it was actually very smart of Atlas towards the middle part of that round when he realized, hey, on the roll of the jump R2, I actually do have time to get an R2 off of my own in response, just in case Nocta will actually try and go for the mash, which is, of course, exactly what you're supposed to do. Fists are insane. They do very high damage. And you kind of leverage off the fact that, number one, they have an unreactable, and number two, they have an absolute nuke button in the form of that R2, which just goes to town, as we've seen there. Like a couple of exchanges there, and unfortunately, blue's in the back.
Also, is blue using Morgoth's rune, if you're looking at the healths right now?
Ooh, blue, make sure... I got a second, not the rune arc. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, if you win, you're welcome.
No, and Josai actually just pointed out something. The reason why we're going on Dex here is probably because as Josai said, Flaming Strike is banned, flat banned. So going for Dex Halberd, you're only losing a couple of AR and maybe getting an extra little bit of damage. So there you go. That is it. But Monty, give us the count in at your leisure, bestie.
In a 3, in a 2, in a 1.
As both players are going to go for a little bit of soup. It does seem as though Nocta is...
Ooh, right now,
here we go.
AFK strategy. Yeah, it strikes fear in their heart. Yeah.
The stare down from Kilo definitely, just puts a fear, would break the heart of me, as we are going to see now those running attacks coming through there on the side of blue, who's going to go for that. But Atlas is there in response here. I do believe that run might have been eaten, which is why we've seen that standing R1 there. However, we are going to see run attack after run attack, but then turning around that pressure right off the bat then is Atlas as soon as he gets a moment of reprieve from those running attacks there, as we are going to see now another roll come out there. Looking at this, both players now chilling in neutral like villains, one might say. Get that on your bingo card, as we are going to see a roll coming out here on the side of Atlas. Not quite there, as we are going to see now another running coming through from Atlas now once more. That's going to be said a lot here. The running attack on Fist is absolutely brutal, unreactable, getting that nice little bit of chip in, as we are going to see these runnings come through though from blue, who is not content to give all momentum over here to Atlas. Is those R2. Speaking of I said nuclear damage, I wasn't lying, as blue has just taken an awful lot of damage, while Atlas is sitting pretty here. He has taken a fair amount himself, though. Both sides are relatively even, though, and that's going to be both sides with their tears gone on the running attacks there. Atlas going for crouch attack, managing to get a nice tasty amount of damage there. 63 to 1,000 HP, and going for those daggers. He wants that 50 buckaroos in his pocket, and there you go. That's all she wrote, Monty.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff by Atlas. I think in that first match that they had together was, kind of catching a lot of strays with the halberd, right, and then allowing Blue to kind of play keep out with the hatchet a little too well. But it seems like, Atlas still pulls ahead. That was a great comeback in round one. With the second one, you can definitely see that this is the play style. This is what I need to be doing, and a much more of a commanding lead. So, yeah, Atlas the Blue is definitely running away a little bit with this one, but I'd like to see how excuse me, Blue Noctara is going to respond to this. Do we like in this situation where you see somebody is kind of winning, they've taken your comfort pick and they've just 2-0'd it. Are you of the camp where you just stick with your guns, or are you of the camp where you're like, all right, let's try maybe like a pocket pick or something like that?
It depends. It depends what you're comfortable with. I know for years now at this stage, I think it was us who started that. The comfort pick is a huge thing. Like at the end of the day, picking the thing that you're most comfortable with, even if it is a losing matchup, you understanding how the matchup functions is very, very important. And I think that that's something that cannot be in any circumstances like underappreciated there. But sometimes if you do realize, hey, this isn't working, I need to go back to the drawing board and find something else, that's also just as viable. It depends on the player. It's a player by player thing. And when your back's against the wall and you're like, this, it's do or die, sometimes just maybe sometimes a change is as good as a rest. There we go. A change is as good as a rest. As we do have both of our contestants back in again, let me make sure that all of our overlays and all that shenanigans are good, as we did have a crash, and it does seem as though we were good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, montage. Are you at the ready?
I am ready.
All right. Well, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Okay, so we do see that we have Blue is sticking on that comfort pick, and honestly, yeah, kind of like what you said, I do like it. If this is just what you're comfortable with, if it ain't broke, don't fix it in your mind. It just seems that you have to be a lot more careful with the matchup. That one of the nice things about fighting Starfish is the game plan isn't that difficult to understand. They're trying to get it on you, and you're trying to play keep out. That is simply it, and you just have to kind of read that and understand aggression, and really just also read Atlas the Blue's aggression. Ooh, nice neutral JR R2, and that is a big amount of damage. But the frost is also applied, so Atlas Noctara is going to be doing a lot more damage. I do like the switching between the two-handing of the Banished Knight Halberd and the one-handing, just so you have kind of like the hyper armor switch-ups. You do have the hatchet as a nice kind of, nice. Okay, almost got that. Oh, but did get the second running R1. Played the little bit of the 50-50. Are they going to aggress or are they going to back off? Did get it. But we still do see Atlas, despite all of it. Oh, and that chilling miss catches the jump. That's big. But, yeah, it looks like they did actually bowl us off the freezing debuff. So I think even like a couple more hits, and that's probably going to be another Frost proc onto Atlas. So Blue Noctara can actually really bring this one back if they just are able to sneak in another hit or two here really quickly. But, they went for they just kept swinging, hoping that they would aggress. But Atlas, okay, the mash, here we go. Lumberjack, man. Both are down to 500 health. We do see some talisman swaps coming out here right now. We do have Atlas with the blue feather. We do not see any changes on Blue Noctara. If they do want to get one of those feathers, that would be really nice for them. But, I mean, with Starfish, it's kind of hard to menu, especially if they're in your face like this. But we do see we have Godskin Swaddling Cloth as well. There's tons of ways that Atlas the Blue. Okay, so we do see the blue feather now coming out, and the Flame of the Red Mane into the charging R1. Probably in the menus caught him, and Atlas takes it. The Flame of the Red Mane, that had to have multiple Starfish setups, because I don't think we've seen that all match. So that was a nice little mix up there.
To be honest with you, in my personal opinion, it's probably with Flaming Strike Band, it's probably one of the stronger options. Of course, you have the Divine Beast Stomp as well, which is absolutely hysterical. I love that thing. I think it's so funny how it tanks my frames on PS5. That's my personal favorite part about it. But yeah, no, well played to both. Both sides did really well. I really liked the patience on the side of blue as in the later part of that round. That was really, really nice. He realized that he was being overzealous. The one thing I can say that was really holding blue back was going for those run R2s so consistently. Yes, you can get that phantom range that is quite nasty on it, but the latency here between these two is actually going to be kind of middle of the road here. It's kind of 60 to 70 maximum. That's maximum. So you're not going to get that through there. Halbert's funny. Halbert's very funny. It can be countered by, you know, running to your right. Having those strafes in and obviously going for those run R2s definitely does dissuade someone, but you have to mix with the running R1. 38 milliseconds, you wonderful human being. I hate that. All right, well, just before we crack on, just so we know what is the plan here, ladies and gentlemen, Braun currently isn't back, so we're going to move on. Wait, what? Okay. Apparently Sasimoto wants to go next, so we'll just go next. It's going to be 3 to Atlas. I don't know if there's time constraints or something like that. Oh, never mind. Braun is back. Braun, you're up. Nice, Sue. All right, so it is going to be Braun de Goat versus Ando. Very, very nicely done. So let's get these things set up. The Terror of Mag, of course, coming off of an FOC win quite recently, which is definitely very impressive. And, you know, it's been a long time coming for the chap there. Braun's been in the server for a long, long time. So, yeah, I'm super stoked to see how he does here as I very quickly fix some shenanigans. There we go. So, yep.
Yeah, I've like I said, I've kind of just kind of been in my own little world since the DLC has dropped, and as far as what the competitive scene has been doing, I know something that Braun and I share in common is we're both big fans of the Twin Blade. I don't know if Braun is still going Twin Blade these days, or if he's switched off to something else since the DLC. I don't know if you have any insight to that, but I know, like, I remember when I started, like, really enjoying like competitive dueling. I don't know, like a few months back before the DLC dropped. I just remember like one day I joined a random Den FC and I just started playing Twin Blade and I just was like winning and I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? And then like a couple months later, like more people started like whipping out Twin Blade, and Braun to Go is one of those people that actually like really just took the setup and just flew with it. So I really did enjoy seeing him actually, seeing the setup that I like in the hands of somebody that's actually good at the game and seeing what they're capable of with it. So yeah, I don't know if they're still doing that or if that's something that they've switched off of. But I mean, Ando also coming off of a 3-0 win against Kiwasao. Yeah, I mean it's if you're feeling hot, then yeah, you know they can take that in. Okay, we do see the setups right now on screen. So we do see Braun. Starfist, okay. Yeah,
very, very strong setup. It's going to be very, very strong in this bracket as well. He's electing to go for that. Both sides are going for strength. Well, actually, strength versus dex now once again. That seems to be the flavor of the month. By the looks of things, the blessed number is upon us here. 69 strength here on the side of Braun.
Nice. Versus
the 57. Very, you know, the Terror of Mag strikes again. Fear in the hearts of men. As we are going to see here, obviously, Ando's going to be rocking that funny little hat that gives him a nice little bit of extra HP. And so does Braun. We might actually see a swap here from the side of Ando. I can't quite recall the exact amount of poise that setup has. Braun is Portuguese. Geese, not geese. Geese. Because he's quacked, bro. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Jesus Christ.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but yes, it is going to be a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to call this the continuation of... Is this round 2? This is round 2, actually. Never mind. Oh, I might be... Ooh, I might have forgotten to write one. We'll have to do some additions later on. But either way, Monty, are you at the ready?
I am ready. I will count you in.
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1.
Kaboom, kapow, kaplowy. In goes the bolt. In goes the Drinkies. Both players kind of chilling like villains in that center. Braun is an absolute terror here once more. And Ando has quite a hill to climb as that run R2 comes through. Getting a tasty amount of chip there right off the bat is Braun on the Starfists. Of course, Starfists here as they're going to be very common in this bracket. As we do see the standing R1 there on the side of Ando. But it is going to fly right over my head it did. As we are going to see now both players... taking this long neutral. Ando not quite sure how to aggress as we do see the frame drops into taking a crazy amount of damage, but that jump R2 into the standing R1 is going to landing a nice amount of damage, and that true combo, there ain't no way! No! And that is going to be some drywall smashed after that one, I tell you what. As we are going to see now Ando trying to get that. He lands the run R2 as well. Ando here going for that mega grease now once more. Braun is going to have to be very, very careful. I've seen him attempt to land these for many's a tourney, but finally he got one. And he's not letting it off, but the fist R2 says no, sir.
Oh, he said that was a really cool parry. You had your moment, but we're gonna knock the lights out of you with an R2 with that one. That was so sick. The dagger parry in a competitive tournament, chef's kiss. That's the weird, dumb stuff I want to see. Do more of that, Ando. You may have not won the round, but you won the hearts of the people. And you tell me what's more important, okay? That was great.
Of a fucking applause. Holy sheesh. Absolutely stunning there is Ando got scammed. So wow. Saucy Ace, I don't think you're in a position to talk, sir. I do not believe you're in a position to talk. No, not Ando. Ando didn't get the round, actually. It was Braun. Sorry, I got distracted there by how cool that was. Ripperoni and pepperoni, as we are going to fix that up there once again.
He won in our hearts, okay?
Hearts and minds. Montage, you ready?
I'm ready. Count me in. I want more of that. More of that, please. With a side of it.
On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez!
Okay, so we do see players that got... Oh, nice. Starting out with a little Beast Roar. You know, you can punish the Flask at the beginning with that. Didn't quite get a little... Ooh, caught the jump in with the R2. I mean, that singular move right there is one of the things that just makes Starfist so unbelievably stupid. If you do hit that, you are taking a metric fuck ton of damage. And shout out to the EU for that system. We also see, so explain. I'll talk about this later, but I'm curious of why the new Frost Stomp is one of the things. I mean, I don't know if it just has to do with the frame drop or if it just does cover a lot of the area, but I do think it's a cool idea. We do see the dagger coming out again. A Beast Roar in the face of a man doing R2. That is brave. Didn't quite pan out.
The idea though behind that is we are going to see that. It doesn't matter. Jeez.
Starfist go burn.
Give me a chance, bro. Give me a chance, bro.
that was literally, I've never seen somebody with 60 vigor just die so quickly. Actually, I don't know if they have 60 vigor. Looking at the health bars, but either way, like that was at least 900 damage with 2 attacks there. Shout out to Starfist being Starfist. Oh, they do have 60.
They do have 60.
I don't know why they're...
Both sets of 58 to 60.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have the 17. I don't know. Either way, but still, that's yeah. Congratulations. That was that round was deleted. Braun is hot right now, and we'll see if Ando. I guess like we said in round 1, right? You know, stick with your guns. Oh, we got the bow. We got the hay.
On their
that's
bows.
So
They're the cutie pies here, but wait. I want to see them mad at each other. So give us the count in at your leisure, bestie.
I can. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo! Alright, there we go. We are going to see both of our players going in. And you mentioned about the Divine Beast Stomp. It's just that it covers an inordinate amount of ground as Braun is immediately in. Covers quite an awful lot of ground, can be charged, you can change up the timings, can catch people unaware. Stuff like that is really the thing. It can take advantage of corner pressure. Is vulnerable to jumps and stuff like that, so if your opponent is skittish, it's really, really useful as we are going to see those R2s just go to town. And a whiff punish there with another R2. Those things are just so nasty as...
Braun is making Starfist look longer than Halberd with his spacing.
God,
oh my god, he's dead! He's dead!
Look away! Look away! We're uploading this to Pornhub after that one. Jeez Louise, that was grotesque is what that was.
Yeah, that's oh my gosh, Ron, you need to watch out. Peek out your window. The police might be outside looking for you. That was a murder. That was insane. Jesus, I mean,
nasty
yeah.
stuff as we are going to log these scores here real quick. 3 to the GOAT himself. Now we're looking at Lanesaw versus Gavril. So let me just add the players here real quick because I know Challenge is doing it not the way that I like to do it. Gavril at Lane. You are up. Go, go, go. Oh, all right. Cool beans.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Enda. Lanesaw is someone that's kind of relatively new to the scene, or maybe they've been around. I just haven't personally seen them quite much.
I don't know if they've actually had the pleasure of fighting in an FOC yet. I'm not actually sure. They've been around on Ladder for the last year and sending hate mail on Steam. So they've been around for a long time, and they are a treasure on anyone's Steam comments. So he's been around for quite a while. Not his tournament experience, FOC wise, I can't say for sure. I've been kind of out of the loop for a little bit, but he has been around. He has certainly been one of the creatures on Ladder. That is more or less how he operates. And
gotcha. I saw him participate in one of your other tournaments, and it looks like he was like I had never seen this guy before, and it looked like they were doing really, really well. So this is someone that I'm actually very curious to see. Also, Gavril is another name it's slightly new to me as well. And UK to Russia, I don't know. That's probably fine. I mean, it's all EU, so it's in the same area roughly. So
yeah, I'm just hearing one. I think it's kind of an interesting thing that might be worth keeping in mind here. We do have an interesting piece of information. Bronze says it's the second time Ondo's actually parried. Oh dear. Oh no.
What did you do to Ondo to piss him off like that, to go for that Braun? That's the real question. We need the background. We need the lore here.
The lore. the Prepare to Cry Starfist R2 edition.
Prepare to Cry Tryhard Throwdown edition.
Alright, we do seem to be having some issues getting Gavril in World. I hope that's nothing that's going to be a problem consistently, because there have been some. It's all just EU. The Braun to sweep indeed. But just wait a moment here. If it is the case that we have to, we're gonna have to figure out. Give me a second. All right. We have crossed this one off your bingo cards, folks. We do seem to have some issues, but first,
do you have the official bingo card in a place where all of the viewers can play along?
I think if SK could be so kind as to post it in general, I think that would be absolutely hella poggers bestie. But we are just going to reset the world here real quick. So my apologies, folks. This is not the first time this has happened, but this seems to have worked before. All right, let's get this show on the road. My apologies again to all of the players. This has been it seems that Seamless has been having. That's a hard to say fast. Jeez, Louise. Been having
Seamless
some issues the last couple of days. So.
Yeah, it seems like ever since there was kind of like that indefinite problem with Steam, that it seems like keeping a world open a little bit for prolonged periods of time is kind of like, it's been a little finicky. So maybe that might be something to look into.
Yeah, if
I'm
players
also not a modder, so
if players need to just do a quick restart and stuff like that, this might be this. EU has the biggest tourney parry scam ever, says Bevan. We're learning yet more lore. Wow. Interesting.
It's unraveling as oh my, in real time, and this is big. This is I love a tournament that has a good storyline to it. Everyone likes that in a movie. Yeah. So this is fantastic. So we do see we're trying to get Lanesaw and Gavril in here. That is Lanesaw from the UK, Gavril's from Russia. Next up, we do have Dimka playing the winner of Atlas the Blue and Blue Noctara, being Atlas, Sasimoto, and Dawn Priest to kind of round out this winners round 2 here. We do see Braun to go being the first contestant to get to round 3 here. And given the way that fight with Ondo went, they're looking pretty hot today. So definitely someone to keep an eye on. We do see that the 2 losers of these next matches will go down to that losers round 1 fighting with Kiwasao and Blue Noctura.
Yes,
Am I saying
indeed.
that right, by the way?
I have absolutely no idea. Let's go. We're actually going to go for Dimka Voices Atlas. All right.
Gotcha.
All right. You are up, folks. All right, yeah, it seems to be. We might do a restart after the round if it still doesn't work. Also, hi, Nicola. I never said hi. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. Dimka. Rightio. Let's get Dimka in world. It seems to be pretty consistent when it doesn't work as well, which is very... I'll have to pick someone's brains after this. I spoke to Axie yesterday, and it just did not... It just didn't make any sense to anyone why it would be doing this, so... Hopefully, that's the only problem. We don't have to do a full reset. That would be very annoying, considering all the bells and whistles that the wonderful community has set up here for everyone. And it does seem as though we're getting... Dimka is going to be in blue, which should be done. Yes, indeed. And Atlas is going to be in red. So, I'm pretty stoked. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds then, as we crack on. Dimka, of course, on that 62 dex and the 65 strength here on the side of Atlas. Do you have any thoughts as we just take a quick peek at these?
Yeah, I'm very interested in. We have the full dex build with the off. Is that main hand walkie off Rakshasa that I'm seeing? This is a setup that I've been seeing people do a variation of this where it's backhand blade main hand off Rakshasa, and I've heard that's been very scary to fight. And I do like the addition of the talisman on the side of Atlas that helps with bleed resistance. I think that's really good. But yeah, one of the things that makes this off Rakshasa so scary to fight is single-handed hyper armor, which is it's basically the setup is kind of just to be like a priority monster, as you would say. So
yeah,
I'm interested to see how that works out here. But either way, both players are ready. If you want to count me in here, Enda.
Ladies and gents, Dimka in blue, Atlas in red, on a 3. And a 2 and a 1 as we peer over the parapet. And away we go. And
there they go. We have a nice spooky spin slash to start it off, which does create a little bit of a buffer. They accidentally didn't get their physic off, which we do see Atlas punishing. So that is the ritual sword shield now, ritual shield going into the Blessed Dew talisman right off the rip there. We do see a couple. Okay, they were able to get their health back up, so now we have both going. Well, the advantage is there, but Atlas is doing a good job of keeping the pressure on while Dimka is kind of doing a little bit of menuing here. Looks like they're getting their footing here. Atlas is taking the nice little bit of chip damage that is offered with the Starfist setup, but now we see a little bit of footsies going on right now. But Dimka trying to find their way in. Oh, okay, so they are doing blood grease on their walkie, so that is actually a fantastic option to go for, that bleed resistance talisman. We do see. Okay, see, now we're seeing it go. Look, priority monster over. Oh my gosh, you can just hit buttons. This is in dead, in tier skip dead.
And a scream of defiance to end. And I can say beyond any shadow of a doubt, I've been on the receiving end of Dimka's main dag off rack, and I have to say I'm not looking forward to one more turn on the rack there. That's absolutely brutal is what it is. Having the ability to force to just like, you have something that's quite difficult to space and is going to shut down, it's going to force the pacing of the game in a very interesting way here on the side of Dimka. You have those L1s, it has the hyper armor, it's able to get that, it's able to alleviate an awful lot of pressure here from neutral, and it's going to put an awful lot of pressure on Atlas here to find the way, actually, to be able to find the opportunities to get in between the shenanigans and actually get the damage in. Very, very nice stuff there from Dimka, and I have to say, at least it's not just me who absolutely sucks against this setup. But, Montage, will you be so kind as to give us the count in bestie?
I'm sure can. We'll see if Atlas lets that happen again in 3, 2, 1.
And away it goes, as we are going to see both players now starting off that rack there, taking center. It's going to control the pacing of the fight here really nicely as we see that. There you go, missing that roll into the off tag, getting not 1 but 2. Very, very nice stuff there from Dimka, and that's going to be a high amount of bleed here on the side of Atlas, and that off dagger is going to be very, very difficult to react to. And there we go, getting not 1 but 2. That's going to be brutal, as we are going to see. It's insane damage, Monty. It can just go to town as we see the bestial roar come out there to get that nice extra bit of damage, get the ball, get guaranteed punish there on that bolus, which is huge, especially given that I believe that bestial roar is actually benefited by dexterity quite a lot, and there's the off-rack, not one but two, into the... I believe that was bleed.
Oh
and the
my
off-rack
gosh,
just
and
goes
it
to
caught the
town.
roll away as well.
No, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal, Monty, the amount of damage that thing is actually able to get off. It's kind of insane. And like I said, it's quite difficult to space, especially on something like fists, where... you know, you have to close that gap to get the damage in. You have to almost on a read on fists go in for that amount of pressure and then get the hit in and then duck, dive, and dodge your way back out now once again. That's more or less how it functions. But it is doable. You do have a nuke button of your own with that R2, and then you have a rollout after. You have to leverage that low recovery. You have to leverage the amount of chip and force Dimka to make a mistake. But Dimka is an exceptional player. I would know. I've been on the receiving end of it, and that's the reason I lost trust, bro. So...
yeah, I mean, with the Starfist, the game plan is to get in their face and mash, but they have an anti-mash setup. So
yeah,
this
exactly.
This is crazy,
go,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, count me in. Let's get this this third round in. Let's see if
what?
can take it.
I'll do it if I want to, Monty.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't have assumed.
I will, I'll do it anyway. Also, hello, Zen. Welcome in. YouTube chatters are appreciated as we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Dimka 2 in blue. Atlas, the blue and red. Just to confuse it, as we are.
We do see the punish now coming out from the side of Dimka. Well, that is a nice little bit of cheeky damage there. I mean, I love this setup. I think it covers so many options. You have the range with the Beast Roar. You have the Rakshasa with that Hyper Armor in case Atlas does mash. And then you have just that bleed build-up with the Wakizashi. That is... it just covers so many different parts, especially against the Starfist. Look at that. You just the R1, L1, R1, L1. Like, you can just keep doing that, and if Atlas isn't safe here, or doesn't respect it enough, like we've seen multiple times, it's over before it even started. But we do see now both players. Atlas is being a little bit of menuing there, trying to make sure that they are trying to find their punishes. I think that's great. Wait for the Rakshasa because that does have a slower recovery time. And just punishing that. But obviously, you do have the Wakizashi that if you do commit too hard, you're going to be eating a face a lot of damage there. Okay, nice little trades back and forth here. Right now, Dimka still having a bit of a health lead and just great. Oh, but that's why we play Starfist. That R2 can even things out so quickly. We do see Dimka on the chase down right there. But Atlas coming out with a bit of a health advantage right here. So Atlas is doing a really good job just picking and choosing when to pick in their fights, and that's really, it seems like, against this setup, that's just something that you have to do. And that's see, if you choose to aggress at the wrong time, you are eating a Rakshasa and on a full death. Oh, but does get the strafe backstab into the that did like nothing into the Ash of War with the Frost Stomp. Yeah, that is that's Atlas needed that. That is
very much so.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. They're just really. Oh, they're using both of the Frost Stomps. They're using the small one and the big one. Oh, we do see the mash into it. You chose wrong time to do that. And here's the thing: while you might be able to, I think what they were trying to go for there is trying to get like a bleed proc and hoping that kind of took over there. Didn't quite get it. And again, that bleed talisman with the resistances really coming through to save the day there. But yeah, I mean, look, I think one of the beautiful things about Starfist and putting on the Frost Stomps on there is you basically have two options. You either just run away and strafe it, or you choose that as a moment to go in because, again, it's an Ash of War that can be punished.
Yes, true.
If space. So, it's just one of those things where Dimka just chose wrong there. You are still fighting Starfist. That backstab, those R2s that were hit, that was what Atlas needed. But either way, we'll see if Atlas can bring this back in this next round. And in 3, 2, 1.
As I'm just a little bit delayed on the bolt out there, but just as a little thing about that backstab as I think of it. On the roll, if you're rolling away unlocked, there is the possibility to get what's called the inescapable. It's more or less on very low latency, which both of these players are going to be on about 50 to 60. It's still within the bounds of possibilities. On the unlock roll, you are going to get that backstab. It's very consistent. And you know what? Fishing in a tournament is, I'll always take it, as a former competitive angler. I'll always take it. But there you go, stuck in the corner. That is not a place you want to be against the off-rack there, especially with that the main dag there getting that absolutely insane damage. R2, L1, R2, L1 for days, ladies and gents, as we are going to see force back now. Atlas here is going to be having to be in a really, really nasty spot here as he's stuck into the corner. He does manage to get the roll out there. We do see these blocks coming out, perhaps to stop the pivots as the R2s come out, but he's going to be in there to tank it. Both players are just in. What an absolute scrap we're seeing here as we are looking at both players now, looking for those opportunities to get big damage, the large damage here. Dimka just controlling the pacing of this fight, but he has to be careful, but it's not going to matter as that main dagger is going to get that, and that is going to be all she wrote, folks. Dimka takes the stock. Atlas, though, with a damn good try. Very, very nice fight there all the way through.
Yeah, what a setup that has, yeah, like I said, this is something that I've seen this getting labbed quite a bit as of recently, in the last, few weeks or so, and seeing it shine through, I mean, I get it, I see the vision now, like, it just covers so much, and to have a setup that gives you hyper armor, but also lets you mash arguably better than a Starfist can that's crazy. I didn't think that was possible, but here we see Dimka on display showing us, yes, we actually have a setup that now offers more technically than what a Starfist can, and that's scary. That's
it's
really
pretty
scary.
It's spoopy is the way that I describe it. It's really, really nasty that it's able to get number one, steal that priority. I know Saucy Ace was using using dagger with the R2s, which is again a massive boon to that setup, that it does have that poise break with the R2, and likewise other people I've seen Marco mess around with it as well. But I will say that I do wonder about the Earthsteel moveset. The Earthsteel Double Strike R2 is also really, really nice, although it does rely very heavily on Poise Chip, which of course the off-rack is not actually going to offer that setup. So kind of it does make sense to go for something like the Waki, given that it does have that innate bleed in it as well. And that bleed, as we've seen, was absolutely brutal in that match. We're just going to try and get Gavril in again. I haven't updated the scores or anything like that because I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to get in. If not, we'll go through most of the rest of the bracket, and then we'll do a quick restart, get that round done, and then get that losers round done. So that's the plan for anyone who's watching, or to prevent this from happening. Yeah, pretty much. Is there a level limit? Yeah, the level, if you want to check out Zen, go into the description. There should be a link to the challenge if I did it correctly. So that's more or less how it works. And let me just check that we actually have the player in that I'm looking for. Gavril, yes, he got in. All right, we're good to go. So it is going to be Gavril versus Lane. All right, cool beans. Lane, join up. All right, cool beans. All right, we're cracking on with the Gavril versus Lane match. And Gavril's not a player I've had the pleasure of seeing all that much, so I'm super stoked to see how this one is going to go. Gavril, there we go. Versus Pastor Says. Old. There we go. Lane.
Ooh, we do see a Twin Blade on the side of Gavril, so still happy to see that is being used. It looks like they're using the Twin Knight Twin Blade. I still do think that this is just the best Twin Blade out there. I know there's been one or two that's been added with the Euphoria and the Black Knight Twin Blade, but I still think the original Twin Knight Twin Blade is still, it still reigns supreme as just having the optimal move set. We do see a strength build on the side of Gavril with this Twin Knight. This is very similar to something that I would typically run on my build. So if Gavril wins, then I'm like, yay! I still have an opportunity to use this setup more. But we do see Lane Saul running the S stock build, a very classic just poke playing. You're going to have to play more of a reactive gameplay style on this. But I also have seen people use Thrusting Sword to a very, very aggressive way. But it is something that definitely shines through if you just pick and choose your battles, which the funny thing about Twin Blade is it's one of those ones, I mean, depending on the Ash of War that you have on this setup, it's one of those ones where you actually do get some benefits for playing a little bit more aggressive. But either way, I think this is a really solid setup between both.
We are just having some problems with Lane has just left world. I'm very confused as to why. It's kind of odd. very, very strange stuff. We may have to move on to the next match again. What the hell?
Yippee!
Oh, man. I love this. That's wild. More problems. More problem.
Okay.
All right. So, while we wait...
I do apologize, Enda. I do have to get up. You're gonna have to either stall for a little bit longer. I have to just go move my car real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Go do what you gotta do.
Yeah. My lawn guy just came here, so I gotta...
All right, so what we're going to do is, just reboot game as we wait here, folks. But yes, Saul, again, in YouTube chat, I do appreciate you actually answering the questions. I don't quite have time to answer all of them. Zen, and of course, you know, Zavanagi, I think that's the name. Yeah, thank you. I hope you all do, and Rage Quit as well. All of you guys, I do appreciate you. I just don't have the time to answer the questions. I do apologize. But we're just waiting for Lane to do a very quick reboot here to see if that fixes anything. We may take a quick break if it doesn't work out. But I hope everyone's been enjoying the tournament so far. Steam is still having some troubles, unfortunately, which is causing some issues. You can, again, tick that off on it. And yes, hello. How are we all doing? Yeah, exactly, Rage Quit. You hate to see it, but yeah, there's been some really nice matches. Obviously, the highlight so far for me has most certainly been that absolutely exceptional parry on the side of Ando for the second time against Braun the Goat, which is, of course, huge. Kaim, hello, welcome in. And I got a big thank you to Montage as well for stepping in and casting this with me. It's an absolute pleasure. Azure, hello. Beben. Oh, hells yeah, we actually got the players in. I don't believe it. We can actually take a quick peek at the builds. It is going to be Lane rocking the stock. It's aforementioned creature, by the looks of things. Do you see the 40 end versus the 44 end? And, of course, the strength versus strength for a change. Absolutely incredible. Very, very cool stuff. Monty getting in to move his car, count as caster, dodging last minute. I nearly met... So, just for context, for the lore, chaps. For the lore. I messed up the time. I told him it was an hour later than it actually was because I mixed up time zones. You hate to see it. But yes, it kind of almost due to me. It ticked off the bingo card. Unfork besties. But yeah, we are going to look over here and get our players in. We're going to just cast this round one between Gavril, who's going to be in blue, versus Lanesaw, Pastor Says, the Creatura himself, in red. Right. Oh, there, you're back just in time. Holy moly.
We're back. Yeah. Okay, want me to count you in?
Yeah, give us the count in at your leisure, bestie.
We'll do in a 3, in a 2, and a 1.
All right, through the fire and the flames, the blue flames, no less. It's, if you know, always remember, if you're getting a drink and it burns blue, you're safe. But we are going to see both players going for that. The Twin Blades is going to spring into action here, going for that nice bit of a poise chip here. But Lane is just going to eat all of that damage. You'd swear this was Bloodborne. Run R1 into Bash as the spin slash comes through and gets that crazy damage into a crouch R1. Lane is in pain right now. Forced back in, as we are going to see now, trying to get that, going to try and take priority there with that block cancelled R1. Here is Lane, who's going to be forced in the back foot, as we do see that nice bit of counter pressure come through there. 600 to 1,000, both tiers are gone. The wind blades go burr here, Monty, as we are going to see Lane going for that roll in, which is probably not a good idea, but unfortunately a hitbox memento on the stock, as we are seeing that swap back over onto the two-handed fist and the divine stomp. La Creatura has been dealt with, as that is going to be Gavril taking that first stock. The Russian taking the first stock. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I had to like double check the rule set. I was like, spin slash on Twin Blade. If that's legal, I'm definitely running that, and it's perfectly fine. Yeah, so that's heck yeah, no. I mean that's gonna be an extremely spin slash did get nerfed, right? That being said, it is still it's still a strong option for the Twin Blade, and I do love the idea of. It just seems like they have a very simple game plan. Use the Twin Blade, which completely it shits out damage. to kind of get that health advantage. And then I like the hard swap over to the Starfist, which is a classic setup to if you just need to get a little bit of chip, get them down, and then having those Ashes of Wars like the Divine Beast, Hoarfrost to finish it off. Yeah, really solid setup here from Gavril. Lane just needs to respect the mash of Twin Blade, because again, it just does so much. And I think if they can just kind of again play the death by 1,000 cuts, play style, I think they'll be doing fine here. Let's see if they can or cannot adapt. Go ahead and get me a countdown endo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gavril in blue, Lane in red, and on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez.
Okay, so we do see both glass have been drank. We do see the lightning on both sides. Oh, and that's the thing, is Twin Blade can catch, but I like the little poke and get out. That's always kind of a scary situation if you're not quick enough on your reactions and you do get caught by the setup, especially if there's been any type of poise chip. Yep, look at that. I mean, look, see, that's the thing. I love that they, trying to just getting just barely out of the way of Spin Slash. But here's the thing, if you trade into it, if he presses R1 and is able to poise, because again, there's no poise limit, so if their poise is above that 115, it does make Thrusting Sword a bit... Ooh, and gets the catch! Oh, that is 162 damage with no tier. Yep, goes to the Starfist. This is going to be quite a hill to climb here on the side of Lane. But, barely doing it. Surviving with 71 health. I mean, doing everything that they can to bring this one back. And honestly, yeah, Thrusting Sword into Starfist is something that I think if I were in Lane's position, that's great. I do love that they do have the red feather, but... it is Starfist at the end of the day. You do get one correct call out there, and you will be taking that. I mean, wow, this is the Spin Slash, while it is maybe a little bit of a slower on startup, if you do hit it, and again, if you are poise chipped and you do take that first hit and you are staggered into it, you're basically eating the rest of it, and that is so much damage. I mean, we just saw Gavril completely just melt the bar
and melted. I joked very early on in patch 1.1 that Windblades feel a little bit like a Bloodborne setup if Bloodborne was somewhat weirder. You go for that run R1 and then you smash your forehead against that R1 button and you just go to town. But as you say, it is a poise chip setup, especially in these more competitive tournaments. You do have to get that first ghost hit, which again, of course, poise damage is dealt on ghost hits. I think I nearly uninstalled when I found that out. And then you set up for that run R2, which just does insane damage. It is nuclear. But the TS here does have that ability to roll out, get that nice little bit of chip, roll back in, steal that priority with that staggered R1, either walking or block cancelling. It is still in it for the TS, even if it is slightly more difficult. And both of these setups very much are still in the S tier category by a wide margin compared to an awful lot of the things in the game. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our players in. Monty, give us the count in at your leisure, bestie.
I'd be happy to do the honors. In 3, 2, 1.
You see how I kind of give it at your leisure, you're not pressuring to give the count in? Do you kind of understand that? Isn't that respectful? Yeah, there you go. Anyway, either way, we are going to see that running attack, but we are going to see those punishes on the Spin Slash there, as we do see Lane stuck in the corner, which is not the place you want to be, as we are going to see these staggered R1s coming out there, as I mentioned, to try and get that build up, as we are going to see the edge walk there. Very important, as we do see Gavril there managing to get a tasty amount of damage there in there, but those Wind Slash comes out now once again, but look at that there, the roll catches, and then Lane does not have the opportunity to get out there. He has to respect it, get the hit, roll out, come back in, goes for that trade there on that last one, and I'm not sure he can afford to. He does not have that life advantage here, as he's going to be forced back against the wall, not the place he wants to be, as we are going to see Lane get the hit, scamper away back in under the fridge once again, but the backstab grab is not going to be punished. Unfork bestie. Can we have an unfork bestie? As we are going to see Lane slowly but surely try to drag this one back, as we are going to see Lane just stand there and eat it. Nom nom nom. hungry for damage, a man from my own heart, as we are going to see now, that attempt to just wiggle around in neutral here just to try and bait something out that he can get a punish on. Again, passive TS is really the way that it needs to be played here. Just sit back, chill, get your damage, run out there once more as we're going to see that stagger, but unfortunately, 200, both of them within 100, and there we go, the off dagger into the blink bolt, but he has a lot of HP to chew through here as we see that swap back over onto the two-handed stock once more, but the fists are out, the fists of fury, and a crack across the jaw, and it could be all over! Caster's Curse comes in.
Yep, they were able to tank that shot, and that running R1 was enough, especially with the running attack talisman there. That was a perfect idea on Gavril's side. I almost wonder if it makes more sense to just stay on Twin Blade there. I mean, granted, he did just win with Starfist, so that was clearly the right play. But I just feel like, I don't know, if you're playing Thrusting Sword, Enda, are you more comfortable into the Twin Blade matchup or into Starfist?
Personally, this is a weird take. I hate to say it. This is a massive, I believe the technical term is skishu on my part. I would sooner fight, regardless of what I'm using, TS than fight Twin Blades. I'm giving away the game here if I ever meet someone in bracket. If you want to win, just whip out your Twin Blades and watch me flail hopelessly as I cry sweet tears. I have absolutely no idea how to use it, how to fight into it. It just has weird priorities. It's a poised chip in a meta that was dominated for the longest time, that by one hits just getting constant damage, getting constant poise damage to break. It hurts my brain. I just don't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. It is the most Elden Ring of Elden Ring setups, and it hurts me in a very, very visceral way that, you know what, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of feel for Lanesaw there. That's how bad I find that matchup. But, again, there you go.
I'm a happy boy seeing Twin Blade thrive here.
I know
so
you are. I hate it. I hate it.
Takes it all. Yes, you press the button, just mash your face. That's my play style. People are like, mashing out of hit stun is very bad. Don't do it. I say, I say, let the people choose what they want to do. That's me, baby. I see myself in that. I like hitting the buttons. But we do see Dimka taking it 3-1 over Alice. Alice, you could kind of start to see a little bit. The gear is starting to turn a little bit there, but a little too late. Either way, I think both players put on a good show there. So Atlas will be going down to losers round 2.
No, you've messed up just a smidge. It's Lanesaw who went down. I can't believe you did.
Or sorry.
Do you ever listen to me? Do you ever fucking? I can't.
Anyway,
on,
Sassamoto, Dawn Priest. We do see Germany and Italy right here. Dawn Priest, I think I had the pleasure of fighting them in one of your beginner tournaments. This was like a month ago, something like that, right?
Yeah, it was quite a while ago actually. He got through the beginners tournaments. He graduated quite a while ago actually. I can't remember the exact tournament, but he was always pretty up there. Just every time meeting, just a little bit shy, just a smidge. So we do have.
I remember them running. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was Great Katana in that tournament. So I don't know if that's a setup that they've stuck with, or if they've found some other comfort picks. I'm not super familiar, but maybe you have some more insight on that.
Dawn is so both. I think Soap said it good there in chat. Like a kind of a more recent player. A recent player is doing really well. Probably the rising star out of Italy right now. You know, I hope I don't wake up with a horse's head in my bed now after saying that, disrespecting the family. But Dawn is doing doing very, very well. He's making a name for himself. He's slowly but surely, playing him now compared to playing him a few weeks back is definitely, it's like night and day. But speaking of night and day, let's swap over here and take a look at the builds. And looking at this here, it is 61 strength versus the Arcane on the side of
PSGS. I've seen people. This setup's interesting to me because on one hand it is PSGS, which is it's still not a bad setup. It's still PSGS will always be strong just given what the moveset does. But I think with the addition of how these scale with arcane. So if you make them bloody, yeah, you can absolutely like. I think I watched it. What was this, a tournament yesterday? Like, I think I watched. It might have been even Sasimoto. I'm not sure, but like literally like just 3 crouch L1s and like somebody just died. Like,
Yeah.
they did not have to win that many times in neutral. And I think this isn't power stance thrusting sword, is it?
Oh wait, hang on a second. I have to see
On the
this.
side of
yes,
Dawn.
it is.
Yeah,
Two
I've
stock.
been very curious to see how this setup performs in the most recent patches. It's been very. It was actually Saucy Ace was kind of showing us prior to the DLC that this is a pretty strong setup, but it did take quite a nerf. So I'm kind of curious to see how it works with it coming back here.
All right. Well, either way, having been on the receiving end of the Blood Fiends earlier on from Sasimoto, I'm super stoked for this match. But Monty, give us the count in at your leisure, sir.
3, 2, 1.
You messed it up.
You said at my leisure, so yeah, I was
You
like,
know,
maybe
you know,
I want to
you know,
wait it for a
understand.
second.
I understand you're making it difficult for me. But either way, we are going to see these frostbots come out. And now you're laughing. I understand. As we are going to see now, just getting that double frost here. It's getting cold out there. Winter is slowly approaching as the attempt there to get that. And you said about the damage. You make one mistake and that bleed proc can come through and just do an absolute insane amount of damage as we see the JL1 from Kilo and that whiff punish here. The PSTS is very much a, I'm going to spam L1 from neutral, the old end of tech, and hope you walk into it. But against this PSGS, playing off of those whiffs and getting those interrupts, which he still can do, it's going to be very, very nasty because the startup on that PSTS is just so long. And, you know, it's definitely caught me in bracket before. But look at that. Oh my god, he almost landed. He almost landed it. Oh my god, didn't go for the follow-up. We are going to see that crouch R1 come through, which is another bread and butter part of that setup, as Dawn is taking an awful lot of damage here, going for the run attack there. Unfortunately, another run L1 is going to whiff from Kilo, but Sasimoto trying to build up that bleed. Maybe try to land. Oh no, the ballast, but the backstab grab into that L1. Sasso's actually taking an awful lot of damage here. He does have to be a little bit careful. That thing absolutely is, as I believe the professionals would call it, shit damage. So he does have to be a little bit more careful. There's going to be a roll call. Dawn is going to roll that bleed proc himself into the R1s, the rolling R1s here as well. Looking at that, the swap over to the Reduvia here. The 200 Reduvia into... Oh no,
catches.
The Ash of War does actually manage to land on that. You hate to see it.
Yeah, that is... Wow, I mean, it's you know, we were all talking up Dawn Priest before this, but Sasimoto says don't count me out. I got this new DLC setup that can absolutely demolish. It just I don't know. To me, that fight kind of looked like Dawn Priest was kind of really feeling out this setup. And it looked like they made a couple 50-50s in terms of being passive or aggressive. That they just lost, you know, and that's especially against you know, Power Stance Great Sword PSGS. Like that's no, you know, especially the Blood Fiends PSGS. You just can't be doing that. But I wouldn't say Dawn. I think I could see a world where Dawn Priest immediately takes us back. They just, you know, need to get their foot in the door. And it looks like they're sticking with their setup. So I do like that. Yeah. Actually, no, that looks like a helper, I see. Okay, anyways, either way, count me down, Enda.
All right, and a 3 and a 2, and then follows the 1. LA.
Okay, so we do see, yeah, that is, oh, we have the giant rod pot, doesn't quite work. Okay, so we do see the switch over there now off of the PSTS. We see the classic halberd hatchet. I think this is going to just be a comfort pick for a lot of people. If you do want to do a setup, this is a very, very strong setup. We do see Sasimoto still has a health advantage here. So, we have the... I love Blink Bolt. I think it's really balanced. I don't think it's overpowered. I don't think it's bad. But I do want to see some people do some more. I mean, look at that trading.
Oh my god, the tier skip.
All right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You just... You lost a couple. You take a couple of crowd style ones and you're dead. Like, yeah, these things are disgusting. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was on the receiving end of this morning, and you know, I was warmed up. Sasso wasn't, but I can say one thing for certain. You mess up a couple of times against those, and you are in for a world of hurt. And I mean a world of hurt. It does so much freaking damage when that bleed proc comes through. It's actually... bonkers. That's what it is. Absolutely bonkers. No, very, 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 very nice stuff. And you know what? I'm excited to see how Sasso does in this next round because it is match point for Sasimoto. But the reverse sweep could yet come. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it looks like I think that might be another. Okay, never mind. It looks like they are sticking with the hatchet halberd combo. I do respect it. Go ahead, Enda, in 3, 2, 1.
And there we have it. The bolt is out. The players are having a bit of a friendly drink before violence will ensue. And so it does as the running attack is going to whiff. That's going to be Sasimoto's opportunity to move in and go to town. Look at that. Good roll on the bleed proc there. Mess up on the spacing as we get a blink bolt directly into that standing R1. Not ideal. He has to play very conservatively here. Every whiff that Dawn goes for, or every miss space. And look at that. The jumping R1s to initiate into the bleed proc. Into another L1, and look at that, setting up for that, and there you go. That's all she wrote. The Vortex, the roll catch for days, Monty. It's so Jover. The Dawn rises.
Oh my gosh. I mean, like everyone's saying, I think Dawn is an incredibly good player. Sasimoto is making this setup look like it is just unbeatable. I mean, that is. We just saw, obviously in a first to 3, like, you have to, like, there was two tier skips. Yep. It's almost like the setup is built around tier skipping. It's that good. Like, that is scary. That's something that is important with the Crimson Bubble tier being so important to your physics flask. Something that just says no to that. Like, that's an extra, like, what, 300, 400, 500 HP that you get with that flask.
Oh, yeah, you get an awful lot, yeah. And it seems to proc around 500 to 600 HP as well. It's somewhere within that margin. And the tier
800?
skips,
yeah.
Is
and if you just tier skip that, I mean, with typically it's with the included tier, every player will have roughly around like 3,600, right? But if you could just say no to 800 of that, that is massive.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on into the first of losers. This is going to be a best of 3. Very cool, very pro. As we are just going to get my shenanigans sorted here. There we go. And it is going to be Dawn once again on the chopping block. I know 2 in a row, but at least he gets an opportunity to play it nice and lively, as it is going to be... Oh, I realized that I just put Dawn in twice, as Kiwasao is going to be up. Oh. Say oh. Alright, as I just need to fix the bracket. Nicely done. Let's just take a quick little gander at the builds. We are going to see that Kiba, the cold Kiba, it's chilly out there, versus the Fists of Dawn. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I think we saw... I don't remember what the Ash of War... I think it was Chilling Mist, right? Is what we saw.
Chilling Mist is the one that we seen in the Kiwasao match, yes.
Into Starfist, I almost feel like you just take Spin Slash here, right? I feel like that would be...
Spin Slash is banned still on Kiba.
On Kiba?
Yeah,
okay,
on Kiba,
okay,
it's still banned. I will be looking into the Twin Blade one, but I don't really know how relevant it is. We'll play it by ear. We'll take a look at the different bans. We might take that off the bracket, but either way... Monty, we have both of our players in for this, the first of the best of 3s of losers, round 1. Would you be ever so kind? Right. Would you be a gentleman and count us in?
I sure can. In a 3, in a 2, in a 1.
Kaboom, kapow, kablooey, and the drinks are drunk. The mist is out as it descends over the arena, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see that immediate running attack. Both sides going for their respective running attacks here. As the Beast Claws are out. Nice, good dead angle there on the side of Kiwasao. Getting a little bit of damage right off the bat. And there we go. The Frost is procced here, as it does seem as though I am going to need to fix the old overlay very quickly. There we go. Although it does seem as though we have that. Dawn has taken a little bit of damage right off the bat. We do see the tally swaps coming through. Godskin Swaddling Cloth is going to be huge in this, but... Ooh, ooey, owie, as Dawn is taking a lot of damage, but we're not going to see Kiwasao walk into that, as Dawn has taken yet more damage as the rolling attack comes through there from the side of Dawn. But, unfortunately, It does seem as though Kiwasao is going to run out here, going for waiting just a moment. Both of these players have come through the beginners tourneys, as we do see another run jump R1 comes through there into the run R2 on the side of Kiwasao, but he's not able to land it, sadly, as an L1 comes through, but it is going to go stray as Dawn is going to roll it. Going for that L1 there as the Divine Beast Stomp comes through. It is going to be rolled as a cautionary roll, as Dawn is going to be roll caught now once again. And that is going to be the poise coming in clutch there, as it is going to be tanked by the side of Dawn. We see that the running attack comes through there, getting a little bit of chip from Dawn, but again, those unreactables are not going to matter much, as we are going to see Kiwasao here setting up for those empty jumps, and there it is. There's the thing you were talking about.
That? Yeah.
That L1 managing to do the full 180 there into that, and the unsheath, but it's not going to land into an L1 once more. There we go. We are going to see the tier self-procs there on the side of Dawn, which is of course genius, giga-brained, as we see the attempted whiff punish there, trying to get that early hit, but unfortunately would have rung true had he not dead angled it on Fork Bestie, as we see these runs coming through here on the side of Dawn, but no! R2 says no, sir. No, sir.
How much damage was that? That was like 700, 600, something like that. Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. I mean, I still have to say, well played to Dawn there. That was actually, yeah, the perfectly timed R2. I think both players were just really sticking to that, like death by 1,000 cuts. They were. It was just a lot of scrapping.
Yeah, very scrappy.
But I do love these dead angles from Kiwasao. These are keeping them in the fight, and yeah, I think just more of that, especially using the shortness of Starfist, is great. But it looks like Kiwasao is wiggling and ready, so you go ahead and count me in. We'll let them let the dog out of the cage here.
Kiwasao in blue, Dawn, the red Dawn rises in red. In a 3, in a 2, and a 1. Allez!
Allez! All right. So we do see... Oh, nice. A little Frostbot. They really are committing to this Frost buildup. You do get the... But how about one of your own? I like that from Dawn. You know, just punishing that. He's trying to get these more dead angle hits. I do love it. I do want to... Yeah. Oh! That was so big for Kiwasao. They would have eaten that full R2 if it weren't for the Frost proc stopping Dawn. But they are scrapping a little too much. These are Starfists with lightning grease applied to them, so that's a lot. Does get the bolus and doesn't punish it. Kiwasao just a little too late on the punish there. Maybe a running R2 might have done it. I'm not 100% sure there. But we do see Dawn is controlling the middle of the battlefield. Big call out on that R2.
Oh, dear.
Just the timing is great. And into the Divine Beast Horrorfrost Stomp. I am loving this. He says, you want to play Frost? I could play Frost too on a strength build. And that is going to take it. Catches the jump in. Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have an unfork bestie for that one? Jeez Louise. That Divine Beast Stomp coming out there was just so interesting. So very interesting. I'm super stoked to see how people use it, because I did hear, a little birdie did tell me that it was actually a nice option on Halberd setups. It's really nice. It covers an insane amount of the arena, and it just does work. It's seemingly doing an awful lot of work here, as that is going to be Dawn moving on into round 2 of the losers bracket. And now it's going to be Lanesaw versus Blue Noctra, who we will see if they do remember to actually rune arc between matches.
Yeah, we do remember from round 2, Lanesaw was knocked out by Gavril with their Twin Blade. So Lanesaw, yeah, running the Starfist, if I remember correctly, into I don't remember what Noctura was running. Okay, yeah, we do see the Halberd off hatchet, a classic in the current patch. So yeah, that going into Starfist, I believe. That is yeah, I mean, this is going to be definitely one of the more classic matchups that we will see kind of throughout this patch.
Yeah,
Starfist always good, right? You know?
Yeah, it is under a rule set. Obviously, it's very, very heavily outperformed by Patas by a fairly substantial margin, but the less we say about Patas, the better. To be honest, those things are a war crime. And
full agreement.
And obviously, looking at they've had their time in The Hague. That's all that matters here. But Yeah, I don't know. Fists are going to be one of those things, especially in the core rule set, because I've allowed the mega greases and stuff. It brings it about on par with where it was before. And the philosophy that I generally have is I want strong things to be strong, because at the end of the day, the players are going to use whatever tools are available to them, especially in that top four. You know, you get to the top four in bracket, top eight, that kind of vibe. They're going to be playing what wins anyway. It's just about whether or not it looks good. And I don't mind fists. I think fists look fine. I think it's fun fights, engaging fights, twin blade, other setups, BHB and stuff like that. Dueling shield. Kind of.
Yeah, we haven't. Both are legal. Thrusting shields as well as one of the backhand blades with the curse blade circ. And yeah, it's we haven't seen either come out, you know.
Yeah,
and
we
I
may
wonder...
do yet. We may do yet. It's early days, but I know that EU, as a general rule, isn't always that fond of dueling shields. The kick tech is, funnily enough, very strong into them. It does an insane amount of work into that matchup. Likewise, fists as well. I've seen some people use martial arts into it as well, which is kind of interesting in and of itself. So, I don't know, it seems to be a quirk that EU seems to go, nah, this thing is hard countered by a bunch of stuff, so I'm not interested in Ondo. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Same for Osiris, Erdogan. Y'all are amazing in the amount of support you all give me. It's been absolutely mind-blowing. I say it every time, but it is true now more than ever. You know, the reason I'm doing these is because you guys really like it. Is that montage's delicate tones, I hear? Yes, indeed it is. Yes, indeed it is.
Yeah, I do. You do bring up a good point about hand to hand. I was watching a stream where Frosty and Saucy were testing out what apparently. So if you do the dry leaf whirlwind ash on hand to hand, it like breaks the shield in like two, even if you have like all the talismans to keep that. So that is a good point there. I still think it's a strong setup regardless, but either way, yeah, excuse me, it wasn't fist, it was it was thrusting sword for Lane Saul. So yeah, I mean, okay, it looks like we have a soft swap into Shamshir in the back pocket of this time for Blue Noctara, and I do love that. I'm a big Shamshir apologist, and so I mean, yeah, in a thrusting sword, yeah, that's a matchup that can really go either way depending on who's playing hot. And yeah, I mean, this is a classic setup. We do see the 57 dex on Blue Noctara here. We do see the 56 strength on Lane. So either way, yeah, both players
are in and ready to go as we peer over the parapet once more, ladies and gents, and duel the beautiful, beautiful sunny day here in the Duel Square. Monty, would you be ever so kind, bestie, to give us the countdown?
I sure can. In 3, 2, 1.
And the bolt is out. The players are having a little bit of a drink, and both players now chilling like villains, quite literally, as the chilling mist comes out there. Beautiful spacing there on the side of Lane, who's just going to go to town. Blue is having a spot of bother there, trying to find an opportunity to just get those swings in. Absolutely rough, as we are going to see yet another running attack come through. Another running attack come through into the R1, L1. The insane amount of damage there, and the frost is propped as we do see the tier gone for Lane. Blue trying to set up for the...
Was that impaling thrust I saw on Lane?
It might actually have been, as we are going to see now just Lane go to town with the hyper armor here on the side of Blue, coming in clutch as we do see these runs come through. Are we going to see the spinning slash on the hull? That's a curiosity, but it is going to be whiff punished if that doesn't land, and the hyper armor comes in clutch here into the strafe there from the side of Lane. That is going to be the 1-2 into Halberd as it does land!
Yeah,
and
baby!
Blue takes the stock.
That shouldn't work, and it did.
It does. It does in the corner. Keep in mind, Lane can space it out, but it can catch people when they're in the corner. And again, corner pressure, while it is diminished in this game, is still an important factor. There's a reason why being up against the wall is a disadvantaged state. It's interesting. We've seen some panic rolls come out there on the side of Lane. Definitely not optimal, but that is going to happen when you're under pressure. You're not quite sure. The spinning slash comes through. You roll the wrong direction. It's like, good night, good luck. You hate to see it. Unfork, bestie.
Yeah, you don't see spin slash on Halberd ever, and I am a big fan of the who does that, so seeing it won that way, I love it so much.
And
I think we see Lane doing a mirror match.
Yeah, the
setup
mirror is going to come through, and just before Buddy, Guy, Karan, Islander, and of course Ando with the subs, the anonymous gifter with 5, with 6 actually, but the looks of things in Clevy. Thank you all so much. I do appreciate you all so much. You're amazing. Monty, will I give you the count in though, bestie?
Oh, I would appreciate that.
All right, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez!
Allez. Okay, so we do see the mirror match setup. Lane said, all right, you got that one. Thrusting sword isn't just it for me today, but I'm still the man. Oh, actually, never mind. That's an off-chin Kata right there with the daggers. So we're going to see how the old meta versus the new meta with a hatchet versus dagger. I still think a dagger still is like slightly better for the unreactable. But I mean, when you do have the poise break opportunity with the hand axe, that is really great. Oh, but yeah, this was definitely the pick for Lane Saul. I mean, a massive start to this right now. We are going to, oh, nice running R2 does catch, almost gets the catch with the off hatchet on the way out, but great rolls from Lane Saul there. And we do see Baby in a corner can't move. Oh, that was needed very much by Blue Noctar there. And we do see the ice spear. I love this. And a jumping R2 call out right there with the aggression. That is one of the with not having flame strike. That is
the backstab.
Oh, that was planned. I know that for sure. Maybe 50-50. But either way, Lane says, all right, we're tying this up. I'll face you on the battlefield of the mirror match. And they did come out on top. I love the change. I love the catch. Good stuff there from Lane Saul.
So you had talked about kind of in that last round there, you know, the differences between Hall Dag and Hall Axe. Hall Axe is a really strange one. It has priority, obviously, which is huge, which Dagger doesn't have. Also, in the Ender rule set, in the Ender Chord rule set, of course, you are going to have that potentially max poise, which is going to be 4 hits to break, which is kind of hard for off Dagger, but off Dagger, you're playing it for chip. You're playing it to get that nice little bit of damage, you get that rollout, it's unreactable, it's very, very difficult to punish unless the other person makes a mistake. So that's huge in this matchup. But I digress. I'm yapping. All these dudes in here do is yap, Monty. What the hell? What the hell?
Look, yapping is good for the soul, I say, so continue on.
But either way, will you give me the count in at your leisure, bestie?
I will. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Kaboom, alley. And it doesn't seem that either player necessarily saw that, but you know what? They figured it out in the wind-up as we're going to see the physics, the tentative physics there, as we see a little bit of a chip there from neutral from the side of lane, getting a little nasty dagger in there. The unlocked run R1 is of course huge. Into the, oh my god, the chilling mist. Actually managing, not the chilling mist, the ice spear. I can't believe I messed that up. As the running attacks come through here from the side of blue, who is going to be rolling back and forth, trying desperately to get out of that potential running attacks that are coming out from lane. We do see it. We are going to see the unlocks there, aiming down a little bit to try and get extra damage, but unfortunately blue is in the position. He's just going to go axe crazy here on lane, who is at a severe disadvantage. And like I said there, the off dagger is fantastic, but that off hatchet with the backswings is huge, as we see just this back and forth, this extended. The halberds going for that, as we do see the rollout there. The running attack into the strafe. 24 HP in a dream. What are we going to see here from blue, who is going to get attempted to be daggered there? The blink bolt comes through there into the main hand dagger. PS daggers, but back onto the halberd. Now once again the whiff comes through, but lane trying to leverage that insane chip damage, that unreactable attack there from the daggers. We see a jump out there come out from the side of blue, but sorry for the gun kill as it comes through. Oof. Lane moves on to the next round here.
Wow. I that was Blue Noctara had such a massive lead there, and then Lane Saul just kept winning neutral over and over and over again, and then the backstab to seal the deal on that one. That was such a good comeback there with the huge health deficit that was present. That was a great fight. Honestly, like, I'm not like a huge guy on mirror matchups. I do like them in the sense where it's like, look, we're just gonna go toe to toe. Skill is gonna reign supreme here, so I like them for that reason. But still, I like seeing unique and fun different setups mainly. But Look, at the end of the day, it just comes down to I just like seeing some good Elden Ring play, and that is what we saw come out of Lane Saul there. So, GG's to both players. Y'all put on a show for sure.
They most
next
certainly
up,
did.
Yeah. Next up, we have Atlas and Dawn Priest.
Yes. Atlas holding this tourney on his back. But the Dawn will rise. So, you know, you can't have a Dawn without an Atlas, technically speaking, right? So that kind of flows together quite nicely. I'm just going to ping the players very quickly. Very, very quickly to get all of this stuff on the button. And as we just take a quick look here. Let me find the place where it needs to be. Let me at them. Atlas and at Dawn. There we go.
We do see Atlas doing a bit of a pre-match Johning here. I do love to see it. So, Dawn, if you could match the Johning, can you say the sun is in your eyes? Then, there will be balance to the force here. So.
He's just too busy talking to his hot girlfriend. That's all it is. You know, he couldn't concentrate.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
As we are moving on into losers round 2. Very nice stuff. But yeah, Atlas, tourney nerves, enjoy the ride. I have so much fun playing in brackets. Just the tourney nerves hit me very differently. I get a little bit overly excited sometimes. It's very, very nice. But yeah, looking at this here, we're just waiting for Dawn Priest to get in world. Atlas is going to be in blue, conveniently enough, so we don't get confused. And Dawn will be in red when the time comes. But do you have kind of any predictions as to how this next one is going to go? Atlas, of course. Both sides, I think, have been using fists. This might actually end up being a fist mirror by the looks of things. As we can just take a quick little gander over at Atlas's build while we wait for Dawn to get in.
Yeah, so we do see that it's kind of funny. So Dimka knocked out Atlas with that walkie off Rakshasa setup. That was just, it seemed like such a fist counter. And then we saw Sasimoto knock out Dawn Priest with that crazy PSGS, the Blood Fiend setup. And so it seems like in both cases they were kind of matched up against setups that were not very fun to fight against if you're using fists. So I think both players are getting their run back here with just a nice fist mirror. This is gonna really, it's just let the boys play. I love a nice little knock 'em sock 'em fight here. It's just gonna be war of attrition, or we just see a bunch of R2s and both players are dead. They're both running max poise just about. So yeah, just gonna be a lot of back and forth here. So can't wait for that.
As we do have just a slight problem with the overlay really quickly. Let me just get this show on the road as we're gonna have a quick look. Could players just be, I would like players to just leave the arena as quickly as you can. That would be hella poggers. I would appreciate you just enormously if you would do that, because it makes my life a little bit easier here getting all the stuff together. So we do have both of our players in. Monty, give us the count in at your leisure.
I will do that in 3, 2, 1. BRB going to the bathroom. Enjoy.
Yeah, don't fall in. As we are going to see both of our players here going for their respective buffs. The Divine Beast Stomp comes through there from Kilo with the dagger in the dark, comes through to get a little bit of damage, as we are going to see once more just those little just little bits of damage here, as we do see the rollouts there coming out here. This and both players here looking for these opportunities to get in. Positioning is going to be very important. We may see these crouch attacks come in clutch as the run R2 comes through there on the side of Atlas, getting a tasty amount of damage. They're forced back in there. Good spacing here on the side of Atlas as both sides running back and forth. Nice bit of chip there. Atlas consolidating their lead by a fairly wide margin here, as we are going to see runnings back and forth here. The Divine Beast Sampas come through. Good rollouts there from the side of Atlas once more. The Dawn is bright though as he rolls through that. The fire and the flames, the flame of the red mains. In fact, as the halberd comes out here on the side of Dawn, getting a nice tasty amount of damage there as R2s come through. Run R2s, they're into the mash, but a trade comes through, and that is still Atlas here with well over 1000 HP in the lead, but it could turn around in a second as that tracking is going to come in clutch here, as we do see the strafes on the running attacks. Very nicely done as the counter pressure comes through there from Dawn, but it might be too little too late. It's 1500 to 600 HP on the board. Empty jumps coming through here as another running attack comes through. Good calling out there. Oh, these standing R1s just trying desperately to get more damage through. Oh, and the jump R2 comes out as both sides are going to train down. Dawn is quite low here. Atlas has further cemented their lead, but it is, of course, a fist mirror. Damage could be exchanged here back and forth as we do see the knives in the dark coming through there, but it's not going to land as we do see yet another goes running attack there into the crouch attacks there to prevent the strafes, but we are going to see Dawn slowly but surely even this out as we do see that swap over to Red Feather. We might see, though, we see the self proc there on the side of Atlas, who is going to get that. There she blows with the harpoon coming out there, but that's unfortunately going to be the wrong thing to do, as it is going to be Atlas taking that stock in a fairly compelling lead there. Atlas 1, Dawn. The dawn yet rises. Very
I just came back, and it looks like, Atlas seems that they were very, very comfortable in the mirror matchup there. So, yeah, well played to them.
Very, very confident play there, I want to say, from the side of Atlas, who just does an exceptional job all the way through here of just existing in the spacing, understanding when he can go for those strafes, when it's safe to do it. And that's huge in this. You have to play off, you have to be very careful, go for those crouch R1s to try and make sure that your strafes aren't going to be called out. Very, very nice stuff. It is a thing. The tracking, weirdly enough, on Fist isn't great. And when both players are looking for an opportunity in it, that's just how it is. But either way, we do have this next round underway. Monty, ladies and gentlemen, the players, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Let's get this show on the road. Ale.
Alrighty, so let's see if Dawn Priest, after that commanding win from Atlas, can adjust. I mean, sometimes it is also just reading your... In a mirror matchup, what I do like is that you're reading your opponent. It's like, all right, how aggressive are you normally? How, look at this. That's confident, just chasing down. But if you if you overstay your welcome, that is a phase full of R2 that you will be taking there. Interesting enough, we do see Atlas. They are doing a great... Oh, nice. See, back and forth right there. They're doing a great job of controlling neutral, right? So Dawn is kind of going to these corners here that could put them in a spot of bother, as you would say.
I would.
Nice little running R2.
I'd do it again.
Yeah. Oh, the follow-up R2 to stuff out the R2 from... Look at that, both players. I mean, look, that's the name of the game, especially in this matchup. You can do a running R1, you can get your chip, but if you can get that R2, it's so worth going for. Great stuff. Both players with full poise. This is exactly what I was talking about pre-show, where it's like, it's just gonna be it's gonna be a punch out, right? This is just gonna be a good old-fashioned, exactly nice R2 follow-up to catch the running R1 there. Great stuff. Atlas right now is a little low. Looks like Dawn has made the necessary adjustments to Atlas's playstyle, so great stuff there. We do see the Hoarfrost Stomp also connecting a little bit, but it has been now evened up by Atlas with that running R1. Both players are doing a little footsies, little spins and turns to see who is going to throw up. Attack first, lose first. You know how it goes. That's the name of the game, baby. And so right now, Dawn is just kind of taking a little stroll around the arena. We do see Atlas tag them a little bit there with the running R1. Good stuff. We also see the reverse. It's 396 to 261. This is anyone's game. We do see Atlas with a little bit of a lead there. Both players do have their blue feather on. We do see Atlas that's a good little chip with the Hoarfrost Stomp. That can make the running R1 connect there. But right now we're trying to see Atlas with the crystal darts trying to finish this off with that 57 HP. And we do see
Frost Stomp there is absolutely lethal here, especially when you're caught against the corners. The running attack rings through.
And the rollout caught by Atlas goes up to... that was a great adjustment from Dawn Priest there, truly. They do get knocked out. Atlas does move on, but yeah, you could see the gears starting to turn there. We do now see... that's fantastic. Atlas is ascending right there. Good for them.
No longer having to carry the whole world on his back there, as we do see one for the bingo, folks. Hope everyone at home is carrying true on this, but it does seem, there we go, looking at that is going to be that. Atlas takes the W. And looking at it here, who do we have next, folks? I'm going to log the scores real quick. Atlas with a 2-0 lead. Moving on to the next one, Dawn, of course, the rising star of IT. Again, I may be mid enough, or I can't refuse after that one. But putting on a great show for us all today. But now we're going to move on to Ondo versus Lanesaw. Will we see the Parry King come through?
Yes.
And will Ondo be the one to leave a compelling message on Pastor Say's Steam comments? That's going to be the real truth. Will the Uno Reverso? Is that what we're going to see here?
I love that. Yeah, to answer Sheepy's question, yeah, that was definitely a 2008 Toyota Camry of a fight. Very classic. It will outlive your lifespan. It's just, it's good. It's stable. Unlike my relationships, it is. Yeah, I love that. That was a great fight from both players. Yeah, man, Ondo, please give us the parry again. Do it for
the fans.
Do it for the people.
Do it the fans.
Yeah, exactly. Would you rather win the tournament or win the hearts of the people? I would go with the later. That's what I choose.
I know there's 50 D balloons on the line here. I'm not sure if people are really gonna, the complete prize pool is 100 buckaroos. I'm gonna keep calling it different things to confuse people, so I get to pay people less. That's the real tech here. What you mentioned about, I think Souls being very non-committal is kind of telling, given that you're casting one of the tournaments and saying that you're having the relationship issues, and from being on the receiving end here, I can definitely kind of tell. But either way, that's neither here nor there. As we give the fanfic writers yet more ammunition. I can't wait for that Suwu audiobook to finally put me to sleepy times. That's really what I'm waiting for here. But either way, we are waiting now for our players, as I'm going to regret that sentence very, very immediately. Dear Jesus.
Why did you summon part 4? Why did you summon part 4?
Well, we have to wait for the patch, Monty. You have to wait for the patch. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. But we are going to wait now for, I believe it's Lanesaw who we are waiting to get in world here, as we have Ondo domineering with that off hatchet. Let me just ask the players. There we go. Alright, they should be here momentarily, ladies and gents. Pasta says. Lasagna. That is true, Pizzium. Very, very true, bestie.
Oh, wait. In Ondo's hand right there, I think we see a hatchet. We don't see the dagger.
You can't parry with a hatchet, right?
I'm pretty sure you can.
You could try. That would be kind of cool.
You can do anything you put your mind to.
With enough scripts running, you might be able to do it. That is true.
That's so true. With some band Ash of Wars, you can do whatever your little heart desires.
I should have actually put in the rule set that sword dance was illegal on everything except S-Doc. I think that would have been really, really some good old Souls lore coming in there. But I know these players, they'd probably fucking do it. So you know what? Probably for the best we didn't, now that I think about it, as we do just need to get our scripts in line. But we can take the time. We can have just a quick look at the builds. Monty, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we have once again the classic halberd hatchet versus halberd dagger. We did see Lanesaw. If I was a betting man, I think Lanesaw was looking really hot, especially with some of those comebacks that they had. I mean, literally, they just played this matchup, so we'll see if Ondo is just built different or if Lanesaw is going to be playing hot on that setup. Really making a case for Dagger, saying, hey, look, Hatchet, it did get buffed. It does poise break, but Dagger is still slightly going to edge it out as being the better option here. But we'll see. Maybe Ondo says, nope, the future is now, old man. It's time to go. So well, either way, I'm going to give you a countdown here. Endo.
Very kind of you.
Yes. In 3, 2, 1.
I'll lay, and away goes the bolt, and away goes the high ball. Good catch there from the side of Lane. He's going to be in the sports ball team for sure after that one, as we are going to see the little bit of the greasing up here in the arena as a run R2 is going to ring out into a run R1. Standing R1 comes out there as well, and while strafable, I believe the cancel window might actually be kind of baller into that off-hand axe. So I did see someone earlier on say that the off-hand axe is actually pretty good into this as the jump R2 comes comes through, trying to get that juicy true combo, but unfortunately Lane is going to go no way, no how. Stay in your lane even, as he is managing to just eschew all of that aggression. Thank you. I spent all day thinking it off. As we are going to see a hitbox moment come out here on the side of the hatchet, which unfortunately says no, but there we go. The true combo comes through into an ice spear. Owie, that's going to hurt. It's getting cold out. There's another R2 into the true combo once more. And the off-axe comes through once more to try and get that. We are going to see Lane swapping over to that red feather, which is going to do big damage, as an old caster would say, into that another jump R2. Has to be careful on that one, as he is going to be clipped. Tries to go for that. Into a trade, though. Oh my lord!
I mean,
that landed.
We almost watched Lane do it again, right? That was the comeback was almost there. What I love about Ondo, which was different from the matchup that Lane had before, is that Ondo is doing a fantastic job weaving in these neutral jump R1s. That is one of the downsides of the Banished Knight Halberd, which is actually what I like about Ondo, is that using the sword spear, the neutral jump attacks are actually the anti-airs, right? So it's something that Lane Saul can't really do as well as Ondo can. But either way, yeah, I think we did see Lane Saul almost bring that back, so I wouldn't be surprised if this next match we get a 1-1 tie here. But Ondo's also playing really hot. I mean, really strong player. Again, make it a name. There was a couple times where I saw Lane Saul going for an Ash of War, but it was stuffed out by that hatchet. Yeah, so reminding everyone why that's a strong option.
And the Honor Chungus here on the side of the Reformed Pastor Says. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. No Steam comments this day. You know, if Braun was bad with being the terror of Mag, the terror of the arena is truly trying to fix his reputation. But either way, Monty, will I give you the count in? Bestie.
With your timing, I am ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lane in red, the Saw, versus Ondo, the Goat, in blue. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Okay, both physics are going. We do see another Frostbite coming from the side of Ondo. Might as well, you know, if you just get a random catch like that, it's pretty hard to do, but, you know, why not go for it? Excuse me.
Excused.
We do see Ondo applying the Chilling Mist on the hatchet there. That's really good. So we, you know, that's one of those things where the Frost proc is so big, especially when both players are running like high poise and damage negation. You might as well go for it. I do love that. We do see a nice little chip with the dagger there, or the throwing knife, excuse me. And nice.
Oh no!
Ondo trying to go for something a little goofy there. Good on Ondo to roll out. I do like the idea of the running attack here. I mean, looks like Ondo really wants to lean into those running R1s, especially with the Spear Talisman. And boom, just 2 hits to the face with this hand axe right now. So we do see Ondo now with the lead here. And we're going to see, I like what Lane Saul's doing, where it's like, you know, the stop R1, try to like punish some aggression. Ondo's not quite falling for it. And right now, both players just kind of taking their turns on who's controlling neutral here. I do see Ondo, just looking at the movement, Lane Saul's kind of like, they're moving, they're grooving, whereas Ondo's just playing very, very, oh my gosh, R1, oh, nice little response there. Tries to go for another jump attack. Lane Saul almost got the backstab there. That was close. But yeah, look at that. I mean, Ondo just saying, look, man, you can't just be throwing out these R1s. I will just keep hopping that, which is a call out, and I do respect that from the side of Ondo. Again, keeps doing it.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was an aim punch, right?
I believe so. And the off hatchet doing an absolutely exceptional job of just going to absolute town, going axe crazy, if you will, using just
axe murderer.
The murderous intent behind that kind demeanor is finally showing through. I do want to point out kind of an interesting tech there. A really nice, interesting tech on the side of Lane. I was remiss not to point it out last time. What Lane is doing with those ice spears is actually genius, all capital letters, for the simple reason that Ondo is going to go for that second backswing on the off hatchet. Lane has time to get the interrupt using the ice spear, which I think is really, really nice tech into off hatchet. That's actually a really nice tech, and I probably end up using that myself. Very, very nice stuff there. Like, that's a cool idea. I can't wait to see more people use that, because the off hatchet, you are going to try and mash it to try and get that backswing. But when you're point blank like that, you know, okay, a backswing's probably coming anyway. I'm going to get that Ice Spear out, get that interrupt, get that frost damage in, and perhaps be able to get the follow-up into it as well. Very, very nice stuff from Lane. I'd be remiss not to point that out. Very good show. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are through the losers round 2. That's the majority of these matches for today's tournament. I think we're well over halfway there now already. So GG's to all the players and for everyone for being more timely than me. I will say thank you all so much. We're going to take a very quick break. Monty, do you have any kind of closing thoughts on these last 2 rounds and how are you feeling about this tourney so far?
Yeah, I mean, this is just great play all around from everyone. I do like seeing a lot of the build variety that we did see in the winner's side. I am still interested to see how Gavril is going to do on this twin blade, going up against Brun the Goat, who is, I believe, using the Star Fist there. So that's going to be a fun matchup. And also Dimka with their little bit of cook there with the Waki Rakshasa into the PSGS Blood Fiend Spears on Sasimoto. So this winner's round 3 is going to be a blast. I can't wait for it.
No, I can't wait to see what everyone has. And just as a reminder to everyone, once the tourney overs, we will move over to YouTube chat to just do a quick little chat about the tourney and all that stuff. So you're more than welcome once the tourney is over to hop over there and chill with us for maybe 15-20 minutes after the tourney. But, ladies and gents, quick break. Love and appreciate you all. Chat you in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us during the break there. As we said before cutting to the break, we have Braun the Goat versus Gavril from Russia. So we have Portugal and Russia here. And yeah, I mean, what's interesting, I think that's going to work against Gavril here, is that we did see them do a fantastic job with the Twin Blade. But as I was talking about in the first match in round 2 with Braun to Go, this is somebody that has really pushed Twin Blade very far into the public mind of being a very strong weapon. So you're having Braun to Go playing Fist, most likely, assuming there's no change there. Doing the Twin Blade matchup, which is going to be something that they know. So Gavril, I'm not sure if Gavril knows this or not about Braun, but yeah, maybe due to the comfortability that Braun will have on that setup, maybe they do a little bit of a switch, or, again, just sticking to your guns and going with something that you are comfortable with. Either way, though, I mean, Gavril was almost surgical in their fight against Lane Saul in round 2. So it's one of those things where it's like you could still know the matchup as Braun will. However, if you're just playing hot, you're playing hot. That's just how it goes, right?
Yeah.
So
just to kind of do this, Braun, of course, is cooked an awful lot with Twin Blades, of course, but it does seem as though we're going to have another. It is going to be Braun on the Starfist versus Gavril's Twin Blade here, which is going to be a very interesting one. The 51 strength versus 69 strength, the blessed number once more. Blessing us here this fine day with Luke's blessing. And it is going to be 33 end versus the 44. My word, that's quite the difference between the two. But this is, of course, going to be another best of 5. All of the winners up until the semi-finals is going to be best of 5. And the losers finals is going to be the only one that isn't going to be a best of 3, which the winners finals is going to be a best of 7. So, all right, folks. We do have both of our players in. Monty, are you at the ready, bestie?
I am at the ready, and I will count you in in 3, 2, 1.
As the bolt goes out, and they're both rearing to go. Braun, of course, taking center stage here. Fresh off of that FOC win not so long ago, and Gavril here looking to try and prove himself versus the Terror of Mag, the GOAT himself, as we are going to see both players chilling in neutral. Looking at this here, we are going to see the spinning slash come out there, but Braun is sticking to the Fists of Fury here, and Gavril, of course, trying to go for that running attack. It's not going to land, but the spin slash there
catches the
actually managing to get the catch. But look at that, the fists come through, but unfortunately Braun just not in a position, possibly punishing a tally swap there on the side of Gavril, which is going to cost Gavril dearly, as both players are relatively close in health. But as we can see, that could change at a moment's notice as the spinning slash comes through here. We are going to see both players chilling here. We always for that run attack. It's going to actually potentially have been spaced there as the jump R1 comes through. Braun going for that jump overhead there into the spinning slash. It is going to come through. Braun not in a position to punish. That's going to potentially cost him dearly here, as 1000 HP to 1600. Very much the health lead here for Braun is that spacing. Look at that. The run out immediately in, the fist right in on top of him there. And the Divine Beast Stomp comes out once again, managing to get that into the R2 though. Braun is still very much in the fight. Tears still to go yet. 1000, about 1800 HP, I reckon, as we are going to see the trades come through very much in the favor of Braun here, just by virtue of that health differential. Just look at that. He manages to punish the oh my god.
Punched in the jaw.
He's going to have to... That's a trip to A&E if ever there was one. Jesus Christ. Owie.
Yeah. I mean, so one thing that I do want to point out there is that so Twin Blade being this, multi-hit machine, you have to be very on point with your dodges, especially in the face, because again, like you talked about with having some priority with Twin Blade that it does get. Braun, you could definitely tell, was playing very comfortable into the matchup. Yeah, he was ready for it. There are certain dodges that he did where he just knew that he was kind of exploiting some of the few weaknesses of Twin Blade, and yeah, I think that's his weapon knowledge of this setup is definitely shining through here. But we'll see if Gavril can get a little sneaky with some of these spin slashes like he was doing in the round 1. Either way though, and go ahead and count me in.
There might be a tasty amount of damage, one might say. No, real? Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in. Gavril in red on the Twin Blades, Bron, the Terror of Mag, the Goat in blue. Yabba dee yabba die, and the bolt is out in 3, 2, 1. Allez.
Okay, so we have Braun making sure that he can get that neutral star little run forward there. Does give it up. Both players, yeah, staying in mid, trying to get that control of it. There we go. Nice dodge on the running R1 there, but it does catch. And those R2s. That's one of the things that if you can get those off, if you don't get your poise broken, that's how you play into the Twin Blade. Those R2s are going to be paramount for this. We do see, okay, nice little try to stuff out with the get off me, bro, with the spin slash.
Oh
we do see Braun mashing. Both of these weapons are capable of mashing, but Braun just understands it and knows it. Nice little crouch one into the R2 there. Again, the speed of this weapon is something that, catches the jump into the R2. Gavril is now so low. He goes back in. Says, you're coming here, buddy, with that Hoarfrost stomp of the Divine Beast. Oh my gosh. Braun was ready for every single button that was pressed from Gavril there. Yep. What a quick round 2. Oh my gosh, that was a slobber knocker.
Let's be sorry, could you a what?
A slobber knocker. You never heard that?
I have now. You know what? I have now. I can't say it again. You know what? I can't say that.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
I
feel like that's the saying.
But maybe not for your vocab, all right? But either way, Jesus Christ. It is looking like it is Braun the Goat with a 2-0 lead on Gavril. Portugal is going to be eating well tonight by the looks of things. But either way, Monty, would you give us the count-in at your leisure?
I sure can. In a 3, in a 2, and a 1, can Braun 3-0 this? Or will Gavril come back?
Don't jinx it. Caster's Curse comes out once again as the Divine Beast Stomp comes through there, almost managing to land that R2. A little bit of chip damage there has been landed with that, but we're not going to see any tally swaps here. Might actually be a good idea to get... Oh my god, the interrupt on that spin slash. There comes out into the follow-up R2. Look at that. 1,500 to 2,600 in the favor of Braun as that Divine Beast Stomp comes out again. But there we go, the R2 into another R2 there from the side of Braun, who does even manage to get... Actually, he just got the sip. He got some sip. And another R2 in there as they run in. You know what? I don't think the Caster's Curse is going to be actually worth it here on this one. My god, this is absolutely brutal. The smackdown. This is insane. However, caught against the corner, but he actually manages to get out of it into another R2. Braun just going for these R2s, and the Divine Beast Stomp from Kilo is not going to land. 300 HP to 2,400. A dream into a red feather, but alas, butthole, it is not going to happen, as we are going to see the Fist of Fury ringing out now once again.
Oh my gosh, almost.
And there you have it, folks. He wanted it, and so it shall be. So,
Braun almost flawless that third match. Yeah, this is a guy that was so ready for the Twin Blade matchup. I love the Hoarfrost Stomp. You are right in that it just catches so much of the map. I mean, he was doing a great job controlling the pace of that. And those R2s, like, at the perfect moment. Every time Gavril went for a spin slash, he was ready, waiting right at like the perfect distance to punish it. I mean, just surgical stuff. Well played from Braun.
Yeah, no, an absolutely stellar performance there as well, and it's to be expected from what can be considered one of the, long-standing, very good, solid players in EU. Braun has been here a while. He's shown us he's come a long way since the Mag days. All jokes aside, here he is an absolutely phenomenal player, and to earn the respect of the likes of Space Ranger and that, definitely, you'd have to think he was the GOAT in some sense, even despite the namesake. As we are going to move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the fight between Dimka versus the Sasso Moto. This should be an interesting fight as well. Sasso, hailing from Germany, doing an absolutely phenomenal job, and I fought Sasso so many times over the last few days. It's been absolutely phenomenal. But Dimka is just a force to be not to be trifled with. Sorry, Jesus, I'm going to be executed now for saying that. But Jesus, anyway. We are going to wait for our players to get in. It is going to be Sasimoto in red. Let me just send out the ping to our players here to get them in and ready. Dimka.
Yeah. Sasimoto's movement he is playing hot today, seriously. Like just having his spacing, some of the stuff that I was watching him do against Dawn Priest in round 2 was he's playing very confident today. So Dimka, despite having a very interesting build here that gives them a lot of opportunities and flexibility with their build, still, you're playing with somebody that just is comfortable with comfortable and just feeling confident, that's still, they're going to have to work for their win there. But I am curious to see how many people have had a chance to really play against this relatively new setup in the off-rack Shasa. So yeah, I mean, both players. Okay, never mind. Dimka is not doing that build. It looks like we have double rot. They're going for a rot setup. With the, yeah, wow, that's, I mean, we have Bleed Ansper and we have the Ramina staff into Sas. No, neither player is playing what they did in round 2. We have Sasimoto running hand to hand with the Dane's footwork on. Is that okay? No, sorry. Yeah, that was lightning. I thought that was sacred for a second, but yeah. Okay, well, everything that we originally knew is just out the window.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, just looking at these two setups, where's your heart at? Right now
the off rack here is going to be really good. I mean, as we see this, he's actually on the hand to hand. By the looks of things, oh me, oh my.
Mm-hmm.
That is, we've seen him yesterday, actually Wednesday during the fight night, actually taking it for a spin, as I do believe. Oh, they are switched. Never mind. Ripperoni in pepperoni. There we go. Good catch, SK. Thank you for that. Let me just double check here that all is working. Yes, it is. Hand to hand here on the side of Dimka. The Ansper. Okay, that's curious. On the Halberd, actually, from the side of Sasimoto. This is going to be curious. Either way, I don't know how this one is going to pan out, but I'm sure we're going to find out in the not too distant future. Monty, will I give you the count in?
Sounds good.
All right, ladies and gents. Sasso in red, Dimka in blue, and on a 3, on a 2, on a 1.
Okay, so we do see. I'm so curious. All right, so we have the triple status build up on this Ansper. I was curious if it did have the poison mist or not. It does, but everyone's got a plan until they get a kick to the face like that. So got to rethink the strategy here. What is this? Okay, so we are using the Ash of War on this very obscure weapon, but right now, Dimka says, "I do not care. I will just kick." And we see, okay, that does cover a lot of the arena with that Ash of War. Was able to catch up, almost punish Dimka with that the glintstone scraps there. He's playing. Bro has been doing invasions lately because that L2 button looking spicy, and we do see now the first bit of damage on the board for Sasimoto. But Dimka's doing a great into the dry leaf arts and is just kicking. This is kick punch. Bro's been watching Bruce Lee films. He was ready for that fight. Ooh, mama. What did we just see?
I think we're finding out the reason why that particular Ash of War is obscure. That is Dimka taking the first round here in a fairly compelling way.
Yeah.
Holy sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, do we see a setup change, or was he just a little cut off by the hand-to-hand? Looks like they're still sticking with it. I like the idea. It's just, yeah, I'm wondering, off Ansper here, is that going to be enough to handle just kind of you can overpower... Okay, that's a rippled axe or whatever.
Yeah, it is. But the looks of things, that's okay. Wait, there we are. The warp.
We now have warped. I actually love that into the hand to hand. I mean, you have the hyper armor, you have the crazy damage that it does, and if you make that thing bloody, you can stack that up fast.
But either way, it's time to figure out how this one is going to look. Give us the count in at your leisure, Monty.
In 3, 2, 1.
Alley, and the bolt is out. The physics are drunk. The players are rearing to go. Oh, there we have it. That's a Warcry, I believe? As we are going to see that standing R1 come out there. It is going to be a little bit too far away. Force back in now. We're going to see that standing. Oh, the back schwangs going to town here, just keeping him away. But unfortunately, he's going to run into that run R2 as we do see yet another Warcry come out there. And unfortunately, Dimka is just going to play that very reactive style here. Goes for a run R2. Once more on the dry leaf, which is, of course, huge. I believe that's Warcry, or did he Barbaric Roar?
It feels like Barbaric. I'm not sure.
If that's Barbaric Roar is actually banned. That's Barb Roar. You hate to see it. And there we go. That is going to be second round to Dimka. We will watch them play it out here because why the hell not?
I mean, regardless of the the match setup, Dimka's still playing so good. I mean, the play style of Warped Axe is, oh my gosh, he just punching a kick. And
let me ask Sasimoto real quick and let him know.
Wow. Yeah, that's I've always been a believer in the hand-to-hand stuff. I know prior to the buff that I just recently got, I still thought it was a very interesting and fun setup with there's a lot of opportunity there. But now, given that it breaks poise, or it does, I guess I should say proper poise damage. It is a really fun setup. Especially recently, I've been using it in the offhand, and it just the priority that it gets is super strong. Also, I love this masonry that we get to see right now. Fantastic work. But yeah, it's I love the setup. I love Dimka out here just making a name for it, and I love that Dimka. It looks like they're just having fun. They're just trying out different setups. And is that hand to hand from the side of Sasso, or is he just saying, you know what, screw it, mirror time? Is that what?
It could very well be.
Could
that not have been Warcry? I'm not sure. Either way, it didn't really matter all that much, but we do have both of our players in. I'll explain the notion behind the Barbie Roar ban after this, but Monty, as we peer over the parapet and clip slightly into it, are you at the ready?
I am. In a 3, 2, 1.
And there we have it. The bolt is out. Both players are going to be drinking their little physics, as it does seem as though both players are going to be going for the hand-to-hand. He's actually going for the... There ain't no way. He's trying to get that poison on. Dimka's taken a little bit of damage there. Both sides are actually relatively even here in terms of health, which is kind of curious. I don't know what that's going on. As he is going to proc the poison on himself here, I think, I'm not entirely sure, as he is trying to get that out. Oh my god! Are we going to see Dimka? Dimka is going to be poisoned here, as Sasimoto is just going to be doing some shenanigans here. This is the most NA thing I've seen in my life. As the Dry Leaf Whirlwind comes through there, Dimka is just going to be kicking away to his heart's content, as we are going to see Sasimoto here getting some actual substantial damage with the Dry Leaf Whirlwind. And Sasso is going to continue hitting that damage, and there you go. He gets his dream of being able to fight Ando in it. Well...
You know what? You guys gotta you better put some respect and some love on Sasimoto's name. He decided, you know what? I'm down 2 and I'm gonna go with the fart build and see how that performs. Didn't pan out. I wish it did, but I can't believe we just saw poison. We just saw perfume. Yeah, it doesn't even matter which way. We just saw perfume at all. FC. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, either way, ladies and gentlemen. DQ him so he can't fight Ando. I'm very tempted to do it, but that'll be a conversation for later, ladies and gents. Either way, looking at this here, we are going to move on into the next round. Dimka takes the stock. Looking at this here, it is going to be Dimka versus Bronda Goat, who is going to be meeting in the finals. Gavril versus Atlas the Blue versus Sasimoto and Ando in the losers round 3, as we are going to move on now. Losers round 3. Let's get it on, as I have to fix my overlay. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Oh dear, oh dear. Let me just get my shenanigans fixed here. Why the hell does winners round 2? Oh, there we go. Alright, we fixed it. Cool beans.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like Sasso really wants the Ondo fight. We do see Gavril down with Atlas.
Yeah, it is going to be Gavril versus
Yeah.
Atlas in this next round. Sorry, just catching up with some stuff.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I'm really curious. I think despite how things went with the 3-0 and winner's side against Braun, I don't think that's representative of what Gavril can truly pull off with this
agreed.
Twin Blade. I just think that it's like meeting of if you're gonna run Twin Blade. Like, if there was anyone in this galaxy that I wouldn't want to fight using Twin Blade, it would be Braun because it's just someone who knows that matchup. But I think we might see a different story down here in Atlas. That being said, though, I mean, Atlas is still putting on a show. They did make their way 2-0 over Dawn Priest, and that is no small feat. So I think we're gearing up for a really, really fun fight here in Losers, for sure.
Should be good, as we're just going to wait here for this Losers round 3. And there's two things that I need to clear up as we're waiting for players to get kind of set up and situated here, Monty. The first thing is, of course, the link to Den Maps is actually in the challenge, if I've done it correctly. If not, if you look up Den Maps, DEN Maps on Nexus, you will get it there. It's very, very good. It's very, very handy. And also, someone had asked earlier on about the... Yes. And just as something, people had asked about why Barbie Roar is banned. It's simply for the fact that it slows down matches to a to an absolute snail's pace. At the end of the day, the way that I look at it, this is just me. Rule sets are just about creating an environment for the kind of play that I want. I'm not really all that concerned with balance. As strange a sentence as that is to say. I'm more concerned with making sure that the matches look good and that the players are having fun with it. Barbie Roar is one of those things that even on bad setups, it does slow down the game. Obviously, there's ways around them, and bless you, Monty, of course. Jeez. It's a way that slows down the game to a high degree. So yeah. Hura Tech. No, it wasn't. It was Hydra Tech, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point with Barbaric Roar, is that it's just it's an Ash of War where somebody does press the R2 into your setup, they make one wrong call, you're just eating a world of pain there. So it just makes wanting to aggress on anyone using it like a thing where it's more problem than it's worth. Right, so it's an overall good idea to just keep the matches going, keep the players interested and engaged, and not have to play around something that will completely just change the state of the match or the flow, I should say. But we do see a Starfist mirror match going
once
on right
more.
here.
EU special by the looks of things.
Yeah, right. I'm very interested to see maybe Gavril just going off of the Braun match was just not feeling Twin Blade anymore, especially seeing how Braun performed with the Starfist. But I don't know. I mean, look, Gavril's there and I'm not, so you make the choices that you want. But I really think the lad would still do pretty good. But either way, if you're feeling confident, you're happy with your Starfist play, why not go for the mirror? But either way, I'm going to count you in here, Enda.
Magnificent, Monty. Give us the count in at your leisure.
3, 2, 1.
Well, if I was to press the right button, then maybe it might work. But you know what? It doesn't matter. We wing it, folks. As we are going to see the physics here from the side of both. Gavril, of course, in blue. Atlas in red, not in blue. I'm so funny. I crack myself up every time as we are going to see these running attacks ring through. But the trades are going to be there, and both sides are relatively even here, within a hair's breadth of each other. Both builds are relatively equal as we see that R2. Nice little bit of damage here, as we are going to see Gavril here taking an awful lot of damage right off the bat, as we are going to see now just those little turnarounds there in neutral. Atlas here not wanting to be knocked out just yet, as we see the mashes ring true. all the way across the board here. As looking at this now, Atlas has still maintained this lead. Gavril here going for that. We do see the attempted strafe. However, both sides are now evened out even more within 300 HP of each other, which is huge. The R2 is going to come through. Neither side actually able to get a good run out. There comes out on the side of Atlas. However, 300 HP, and actually both sides do still have tier, but that second R2 is going to ring through. 950 HP, and the difference is the second R2 comes out. Oh, and the jump over the top here tries to follow up with an R2 there as Atlas, both sides jumping over. We're not seeing those strafes that we've seen in other fist matchups. Both sides kind of not really feeling confident enough about going for them, but we are going to see now those Mega Greases be greased up as the R2 punishing the attempted running there. This could still be turned around in a heartbeat as we do see that run attack ring through, and there we go, the mash is out. Gavril barely holding that as he gets a mash in of his own. 466 to 132, 38 HP, and we'll see that swap over to that red feather. Not wanting, we might see a dagger come out there just to finish this one out, a throwing dagger if you will, and there you go, you see it, you know it's going to come out there. Not wanting to risk a nasty little trade there. That red feather there, a jump attack comes through, not quite going to be there, as we are going to see both sides roll out there, and that's going to be Gavril by 200 HP taking that first round. Monty, what a match.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they were kind of down for a lot of that fight, and then they brought it back. So, yeah, I mean, hey, I was proven wrong. You know, you're feeling hot, you're feeling confident, then hey, stick to it. Great job from the side of Gavril. Yeah, I was when I saw Atlas on the red feather there, I was like, oh no, like 1R2 could be the showstopper here. But either way, Gavril does get that first win in this best of 3. Let's see if Atlas can tie it here.
All right, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, Ale, and take it away, Monty.
Okay, so we're going to see how does Atlas change. I mean, it was so close that really could have been anyone's fight. So, yeah, it seems that... oh, nice. Gavril is very aggressive here. Just throwing out swings. Good job on Atlas there. I mean, it's very commonplace to, you know, throw it a hitbox, then kind of wait, throw it a hitbox. But in the case of Gavril was just, nice. Good job on the poise chipping to be able to stop that R2 from landing. Great job. But yeah, Atlas is still playing very balanced right now. Again, still just like last match, is up right now. Both players doing their little footsies here. Oh, catches him on the jump, does leapfrog him a little bit and takes some damage from it. I love it. Gavril's just swinging. I do like that. It's kind of like the who does that, you know? It's just in a matchup like this where you can change aggression so quickly, just keeping those hitboxes coming out actually isn't a terrible idea. But we do see now Atlas is pulling away with 1,600 to 1,200 HP right now. Ooh. We do see a nice, another jumping R1, or sorry, running R1 into the R2, evening it out. Good spacing on the side of Gavril. Both players still have their tier, 895 to 727. We are going to see whoever gets this next one will be parking the tier. We do see Gavril pulling away. Now is just mashing even more. Okay, Atlas needs to make something happen here. Good stuff into the R2. It is evening out. It goes both ways. One R2 makes such a big momentum shift in both of these players' directions. We do see another jumping R2 does jump out. Oh, almost catches the jump down. Doesn't get... Oh my gosh, it's just swing after swing, knock after knock. The R2 is jumped, almost catches right there. Now, yeah, Gavril is keeping these hitboxes out, just hoping that Atlas aggresses at the wrong time. Nice running R1 there from Atlas. Tries to go for a second one, doesn't quite get it. We do see both players kind of basically doing a mirror of each other. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. One swings, the other one swings. I hit you, you hit me. Oh my gosh, 125 to 127. This is anyone's game. Lord. We do see the Horror Frost Stomp coming out, trying to finish it off right there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some throwing knives here. We do see another Horror Frost Stomp. I wonder if he switches it up to the jumping R2 over and catches him. Gavril was waiting for another Horror Frost Stomp. Does catch it. Great job. 2-0 victory over Atlas. Good Reed takes the match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the amount of damage there that Gavril was able to just get out all the way through that fight there was really, really nice. Setting up for those nice traps there with the second R2. Just solid play. Understanding it. We didn't see as much strafing there and use of the crouch attacks there to try and avoid the strafes and stuff like that. So we didn't see the full moveset of the fist mirror coming through there. But unfortunately, it is the losers bracket. All of it is going to be best of 3 because we have so many matches to go. Very nicely done. Close matches all around. Atlas, you did us proud out there, brother. Very, very good to see you in bracket. Hope to see you in future ones. But now we're on to what should be a very low lap match. This might be within 20 ping of each other, if not less. Sasso versus Ando. There we go. Let's get this show on the road. And I doubt we're going to see some shenanigans here from the side of Sasso this time around. I think he's getting the fight he was looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm so curious why Sasimoto went off of the PSGS from before. I mean, he looked unstoppable on it, but okay, yeah, a little reset here. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you just kind of okay. Here we go. They are back out. Yep, yeah, that wasn't winning.
As I was expecting. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds here. Of course, it is going to be 57 decks versus the 50 arc. Oh no, never mind. They are reversed. That doesn't check out at all.
Is that Bloodhound Fang I see on Ando's side?
It be on the side of Ando here, which it actually is. And look at this here. It is going to be... Oh, sorry. I did press the wrong button. There we go. Looking at the Bloodhound Fang off Misery Cord here on the side of Ando. Going for that bleed there to get an extra little bit. And then
yeah, I actually love Bloodhound Fang. I think it's of the CGSs, it's kind of fun. I mean, there's better options out there. You know, I mean, Dismounter with the opportunity to put on whatever Ash of War, you know, would make it a slightly better option. That being said, though, a full Dex Bloodhound Fang, especially if you put a grease on it, or like a lightning one, that is going to just do an absurd amount of damage there. And I'm interested in why bleed is on the Misery Cord there. Maybe it's just the innate bleed that the Bloodhound Fang has is something that Ando values here, but we will see if that shines through or not here. I'm going to count you in.
Yes, sir.
And
all right, give us a count at your leisure, bestie.
In 3, 2, 1.
All right. And there we have it. We are going to see the high ball there. It is actually going to land, but it's not going to get the frost proc. That's huge. Another one comes through.
So nice. Yep.
Yes, it is. It giving you that extra level of robustness as we do see these empty jumps coming out here from the side of Ando. And there we go. The PSGS is going to go for that. The jump R1 comes through there. The standing R1 into the off wacky, managing to get that into another L1, another one. And the parry comes through. But the bleed proc. But no, alas. Alas, not, as we do see the Crouch R1 come through. Getting that bleed grease on the Blood Fang is going to be huge. And the running attack, it is actually going to land as Ando is looking to finally get a little bit of damage, but it doesn't seem to be doing all that much as we do see the tally swaps. JL1 comes out from Kilo into another JL1 into the standing RL1, and the parries come out. It is going to be anti-aired there, putting Ando on the scorecard once more. Again, both of these players are going to be incredibly low latency as the Reduvia Ash comes out there getting blood everywhere, making an absolute mess. I can't believe they're doing this as the running R2 comes through. It is going to be enough as the off wacky comes out there, or the off Misery Cord, sorry, comes out on the side of Ando, going for that extra little bit of range. Is going to be moving off there once more. Tries to go for that, but unfortunately the roll in is going to be punished. Owie.
Ando, what did you screw his wife or something like that? What did you do to piss off Sasso that much? That was I mean, insane. Like Sasso was just ready for everything. They wanted that so hard. I mean, if you're, I love the idea of using the off bleed Misery Cord into the bleed grease. I mean, that's a lot of blood buildup, and you're not lacking on damage by still being a full dex build.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do see Ondo going for. Okay, so I love that Ondo's keeping this off misery cord with parry on it of all things. It looks like Sasso was ready for it. I would imagine both of these guys being German players, maybe they do get an opportunity to play a lot with each other.
That does seem to be the case here. I mean, they both know each other's. They both know each other's pretty well, but either way, do you have both of our players in Lamonti? Are you at the ready?
Yes, I am ready.
All right, well, ladies and gents, in a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Sasso 1, Ondo not. This losers round 3, best of 3.
Okay, so we're gonna see if Ondo may have been caught off guard by these PSGSs with this big, insane amount of bleed buildup. We're going to see how he follows up. Going back on the Halberd Chilling Mist Hatchet, I mean, this was a setup that he's been using pretty much throughout the entire tournament, and it's gone to great effect for him. So definitely understand oh, nice. Okay, turnaround R1, almost gets the running R1 as well. I like the leading with the axe, didn't quite pan out there. Sasimoto's doing really great. The swaps are looking clean. I mean, okay, I like that. You see someone on PSGS, sometimes just hitting them in the face is like actually a really, really great option. But yeah, I mean, just look at the spacing on the side of Sasimoto right here. I mean, it's just ready for it. Didn't get the bolus punish. But the R1 into the crouch L1 does catch the jump there. Right now, Ondo still having their tier, but that is still a lot of damage that they are eating there. I mean, luckily they did get the bolus. It could have been more, but either way, that's still big damage. Nice jumping R1. We do see the hatchet response there. Nice jumping R2 on the side into the R1 combo. Now Ondo's bringing this back. Okay, it's
the charged R2 trying to get.
It's a fight, but it's not a fight actually. Oh my gosh!
The parry
and that just disintegrated.
All she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, as that is going to be the end of losers round 3. Sasimoto taking that in a very clean sweep, and it is going to be Gavril versus Sasimoto here in this one. Very well played to Ondo, as ever. Good to have you back in bracket, brother. But now we're into the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the semifinals. The semifinals here.
Yeah, that is... we are nearing the end of this bracket here. We have semifinals with Braun Goat and Dimka. Are we doing semifinals winners first, or are we?
Yeah, we'll do the semifinals winners first, and then we'll finish off, and then have a quick break after losers round 4, with and then after that round we'll have a quick break. I think is the idea, and set up for the grand finals, which I'm super stoked to see what we're gonna see there. But we have one hell of a match ahead of us here with Braun the Goat versus Dimka, which should be very interesting.
If you're Dimka here, Braun has just been playing pretty much flawless throughout this entire tournament. We've seen the multiple setups from Dimka here. What are you picking against Braun if you're Dimka?
Oh, it's Braun versus Braun. That's not what I'm after. GG's.
I'm sure the people would love that, though, right? Yeah,
I mean, another fist mirror would definitely be something. But yeah, looking at this,
that would be very EU.
That would be the most EU of EU things, I honestly think, here, as we are going to crack on now with this next round. The mirror match of all time, one of the mirrors of all time. But yes, let's crack on with this match. We're just going to wait for our players to get in. Let me just make sure that they have been pinged and let know that they're up. All right, at Braun versus at Dimka. You are up. Cool beans.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff so far. Been really, really enjoying the matches. I am very curious. I mean, Dimka has, as someone that I'm not super familiar with, I've been loving. This has kind of been one of my favorites just to watch. With some of the stuff that they've cooked up. I mean, we've seen hand to hand, we've seen walkie off rack Shasa. Seems like they have a decent sized bag of tricks, and that kind of it's you always have my heart there if you're willing to try out new things, and if you have certain setups that you're comfortable with into as like a counter into other setups. It does look like, just going off of what we're seeing on the player model there, it looks like we're going back to the walkie off Rakshasa. And I personally, I love that choice. Again, it looked like a very flexible setup with a lot of things to really scare the opponent. And if I remember correctly, Dimka fought Atlas in that round 2 match, going into Fist, right? And he made it look like Fist was just not a weapon setup that you can play into the walkie off Rakshasa. So using that against Braun to Goat, I think that is definitely the right call there. But we are also talking about Braun here, and Braun is a very, very weathered veteran player here. So curious to see if he's just going to take Starfist all the way to the end, or if he's going to switch things up, given how the previous match went with Dimka and Atlas. That remains to be seen. But
does seem to me as though it's going to be one more turn on the rack, ladies and gentlemen, here from the side of Dimka. Obviously, a very strong setup, having that insane amount of damage they can do. Fists are, of course, still, I would argue, much, much stronger than the fists here. That will be my general take, as we do see Braun come in with the Starfists. Starfists are just strong. They have their R2s. They can break priorities here. It's just the off rack is going to control the pacing of the fight in a way that it wouldn't into other things, because of the amount of forward momentum that fists do have. But as we see here now on the builds, is going to be the blessed number 69 strength versus the 62 dex on the side of Braun here versus Dimka. And looking at this, the amount of endurance exactly identical, playing at min-rex in true PC fashion. None of this 40 end builds. We're just going to max out the damage, get min-rex, and go to town. I'm pretty stoked for this one. I expect what we'll see here is a much more patient fight from Braun, looking for those opportunities to break that priority, look for those whiff punishes with those R2s, and try and set up for any aggression that Dimka does do. And I'm going to be expecting the exact same from Dimka. This could be a slogfest here, as we have both of our players in. Monty, would you give us the count in?
I can do. In 3, 2, 1...
As the bolt is out, and the screams of defiance coming out here from the side of Dimka as the daggers go to greet him. We're going to see Braun here. Look at that. We're not seeing that insane pressure right off the bat. We're seeing a very patient game. Look at that, though. The stutter steps coming out there into an immediate R2 there. Dimka just sauntered a little bit too close in there. Nice first blood over here to Braun, as to be expected with that unreactable running. As we do see the off rack there, try and get it. As the Divine Beast Stomp does come out there. Is going to be rolled out by Dimka, though. No damage on the board there from that, as we do see the swaps back over. Goes to switch the helms as well, which is of course going to be huge. Look at that. Seeing that. Dimka not wanting to trade into those fists here, realizing the amount of damage they can do. Braun has taken a little bit of damage there, but look at that. 1900 to 2300 in the favor of Braun. Dimka looking for that, trying to get those little off dags there, and that's why Braun has to be careful, as that second hit is going to go through. But keep in mind, this is not poise restricted. Braun can switch over to that. Look at that. As I say it, he does switch over to that Bullgoat's tally there, just to get that extra little bit so he can tank yet more of those dagger hits. And the tracking on the rack is just not quite able to do it, as the Divine Beast Stomp there. He does get that interrupt. 1900 to 1000, an insane health lead there. 900 HP, but that could turn around very, very quickly, Monty. Keep in mind that that breed proc is on the horizon, as they attempt to get that punish there, as the fist goes for the running attack. It's not quite able to do it. Dimka here chilling like a villain, going for that. The R2 comes through there into the Divine Beast Stomp. Is going to actually go for that. Going for that running attack there as well. Thanks, Jack. As we are going to see it there. We do see the fists coming up there. Once more goes for another running. It is going to get some more damage. 390. But look at that. Told you the fist could do it, guys. Told you they could do it. But as I said, Monty, look at how patient Braun is having to play into it, and look how it's Dimka having to overextend into his spacing in order to make any of this happen. Really, really solid stuff here from Braun, and the patience. We're not seeing that rush down that we usually see, but what we are seeing is we're seeing Braun waiting for either a whiff, waiting for just that overextension, and then just goes to pound town. I'm sorry I have to say that. Oh my god. Ah.
Downtown indeed it is. And yeah, I one thing I have to call out is I think one thing that Braun just does so exceptionally well is those spaced R2s. I mean, you could be playing just about any matchup and I think he would hit those. He is so on it. He knows, he's so comfortable on these fists. I mean, yeah, Dimka, although I think there's a lot of room to readjust, so we'll see if they can do that. Would you like to give me the countdown?
I would do. Also, fuck you, chat. And, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, I'm going to use the restroom. Go for it. Back in a moment.
Alrighty, gamers, we have a nice little fun. I gotta say one thing on Dimka's build here is that main hand Waki is still putting in work as far as damage goes. I'd like to see. I'm wondering if the off rack Shasa is being, because it's kind of a slower weapon. I love that little hit, little in and out. I love that. That's so good. The off rack Shasa is something that can definitely be. Oh, good punish on the. Oh my gosh! See, this is what I'm talking about. You can just spam into it. I mean, you still have to respect the R2s and catches them, I think, maybe in the menus there. That great stuff from Dimka. Dimka is doing those readjustments, ready for that Horf, the Divine Beast Horfrost Stomp that can be punished. Great stuff there. Yeah, I mean, just really using this main hand Waki. Okay, there we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. You start, it's that L1, R1. I just kicked the heck out of my mic. Good shit. But we do see Dimka is still holding on a bit of a lead unless Braun can do the tier skip here. But either way, Dimka has made a clear, good adjustment to Braun. Ready and just spamming. I mean, the bleed proc is just around the corner right now. We do see Dimka still holding on to their tier. Now, Braun is got to make something work. We don't see a punish on the Horfrost Stomp. Here, we now see Braun is on the hunt down. He's on the chase. Does overshoot that jumping R2. We see Dimka just trying to give themselves a little bit of space to breathe. We do see a change of helmets. I mean, awesome stuff here. We do see Braun now on the Blue Feather tier. Dimka is using this Blessed Dude to just slowly but surely get some health back. Nice jumping, or sorry, running R1 that we do see on Braun there. Tries to punish the jump attack with the off-rack Shasa. Doesn't quite get it. It is going to be a little slower. Great spacing from Braun. Tries to go for the jumping R2. Doesn't land. Right now, both players are... Oh, that's so good. Dear. That's so smart. The R1, L1. Dimka is doing it with a massive lead. 1,100 health. To put an R2 can change everything. And it is Rack Shasa into the Starfist. Ends it and deletes his health, Dimka. That was their game to win, and it was brought back so elegantly with 100 health from Braun. Oh my gosh, I didn't think that was winnable for Braun. The Rakshasa armor switch for full damage brings it back.
Oh, one more turn on the rack, ladies and gentlemen. But not in the way we were expecting.
Yeah, Dimka just completely adjusted exactly the way that they needed to there. And Braun just pulling out one of the clutchest plays I have ever seen in one of these tournaments.
Always, always remember that it is not over for fists. You can look at 1,000 point lead, 1,000 HP point lead, and those fists will find a way to bring it back. It is not over. One of the hardest things about specifically fist mirrors to cast and to have to constantly explain to people is that he has 1,000 damage health lead. Yeah, that's a couple of R2s. He's fine. This is all winnable. And we've seen it there with that Rakshasa swap at the end to get that multiplicative damage. And remember how the damage values work in Elden Rings. Remember how Elden Rings, yes, Elden Ring, how it works. It's not just the fact that it gets this flat buff, it multiplies on top of itself. It stacks, it is lethal, and Montage, I know I don't have to tell you as you terrorize PvEers with your fucking insane builds, but listen, ladies and gentlemen, round 3 of this best of 7, Braun 2, Dimka, not. Give us the count in, Monty.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bolt is out, and we see just rushing in as the download is complete here from Braun, the terror of Mag the Goat. But Dimka is no slouch, the veteran versus the relative newcomer, hilariously enough, as odd as that is to say. Dimka, of course, is a DS3 CS demon, and we see that an awful lot in his playstyle. That very patient play. You'd swear he was the one in the Halloween gif with the Google making him have googly eyes, but no, we are going to see that very patient play. Good swaps coming out here from this side of Dimka as he's just going to get chipped down, demoralized, but EU Mental can be overcome as we see an L1 come out there. Stray, but it is going to force a roll as we see another one there come out once again on the side of Braun. We see these running come out. Dimka doing a good job of getting these rollings out. He has taken an awful lot of damage as we see, trying to get that build up there. That bleed is going to become in clutch here as an R2 is just going to go slightly astray there into the follow-up. Dimka just trading L1, R1, L1, man from my own heart here as the jump comes through, but Dimka's very, very low as the R2 is going to come out there from the side of Braun into the Divine Beast Stomp. It is going to trade 200 HP. Forced back now. Braun is going to be in a position to just take this wholesale. But Dimka, look at that, going for the strafe. Playing so dangerously when you have that health disadvantage here. But Braun's having none of it. Gets a tasty bit of damage over the top on that one. Tries to strafe it again into the L1, R1, and tries to go for the Bleep Proc to finish it out.
Oh, that
but
was
the goal
so close.
Is in
he probably
the
was
house.
like one hit away. Oh.
Had he, I'm not sure if he would have actually been able to get that. I think he would have had just a smidgen of HP left. I'm not sure if he was actually going to be able to get that. And see now, ladies and gentlemen, see it now. The rack may be what we have all called really annoying. All of these things, but annoying does not mean good. Fists are back on the menu, boys. All the naysayers can put it away, all their complaining. Fists are still as insane as ever. And oh me, oh my.
I'm so glad this is a best of 7 endo, because to me this is already the most hype match out of all of the ones we've seen today. So go ahead and count me in. I am pumped for this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Braun 3 and Blue, be blue no more, versus Dimka, the Red Terror. All right, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I still think Dimka has been just keeping it so close on these fights. Braun is playing with absurdly good mental. Oh, try. Yes. So using the running R1 is one of the things with the off-rack shots is, yes, you do get the hyper armor. But at the same time, like, if you are quick enough and Braun is fast on his feet, you can actually beat it out. There we go. See, that's one of the things. Dimka is learning where you can do the L1, R1 mash. You probably get one L1 and maybe one or two R1s after that with this off wacky. But he's learned now that you can't just trade toe for toe. I mean, you have that 69 strength coming from the side of Braun. His damage output is immense. Even with the, there we go, big. See, look, L1, R1, it is working. It's connecting. He just has to play very smart and not take a running R1 to the face like that. Good dodges get escaping that jumping R2. We do see now both players again feeling each other out. That was really great from the
Oh my god. That's obscene.
It was just over.
That is
it
obscene.
Was just over.
Holy.
Wow.
Sheesh.
That was a
tear
yeah,
skip.
Was that like
yeah,
that was a tear skip. But how? Like he's just using it was a running R1 that finished him off. Was it
no,
was
it
it
was
bleed
an
proc?
R2, the R2 came through and it might have
okay,
actually
I'm blind.
I thought is not okay. I thought the off rack was OP. This is what we're trying to say to you lads. Like off rack is annoying, and I think that an awful lot of players confuse annoying with strong. No, off rack in the right hands can force the other person to play your game and to force initiations when you allow it. But fists are nuts. Fists, that low recovery. We've seen Braun all the way through there leverage that low recovery to be able to come in and do the damage. Yeah, Braun's pretty much hit the nail on the head. Super low recovery. I will say someone has said earlier on that the R2, why isn't Dimka using the R2? He's using the dagger for the bleed build-up. That is the priority there, which is why he's going for that mash in on the R1s. Gets that high build-up, gets the other person on the receiving end of an awful lot of damage if it manages to proc, and it's all about that. But unfortunately, Braun has the armor, he has the robustness, he's not going to get proc by it. Absolutely phenomenal show there. Braun, you played an absolute blinder into that. GG's, men. Dimka, all is not lost. for you are still in loser's bracket for that third round.
Look, I don't want to be a biased
Mm-hmm.
commentator here, but I want to see Dimka fight through and give us a grand finals of that again. They were every single time Dimka was just knocking on the door of possibly getting a win, and Braun just with iron mental was able to get through that. I frankly I don't even know how that was a 4-0. That I don't even know how Dimka didn't even get at least one with how close those fights were. So I want to see the run back. But of course, they are going to have to fight the winner of Gavril and Sasimoto, which is our next fight here to see who really is going to be taking on Braun. Braun has locked in himself into the finals with now at this point, with the semifinals being completed, it still has a flawless tournament, has not dropped a single game yet. Braun is playing hot, and we call him the Terror of Mag. We call him the GOAT for the reason. I mean, you earn those titles. It's, crazy.
You earned them in the streets of that very large round arena on 30 FPS is what you
Yes!
All right, well, we are moving on to losers round 4, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Gavril versus the Sasso to the Moto. Sasso, of course, has been chilling like a villain, using that PSGS all the way through, but I'm super curious to see what he is going to take out for us today. Gavril, of course, has been using very high effect fists and Twin Blade as well. Twin Blade did very, very well. We're just seeing the creme de la creme coming out here, folks. You know, interesting setups being used, very strong setups being used. Very interesting, as we are going to see the Twin Blades come out here on the side of Gavril as the crouch comes through, as they just stare lovingly into each other's eyes.
Yeah, they're just playing around with each other. A little fun and games before the bloodbath begins. I do respect that. What is... Okay, so he is running the PSGS. I was like, please pull that out again. You were playing so hot with that.
Yeah, and he is very lethal with it, and I will say that the amount of pressure that he's able to output and just the style of play that he does have is reminiscent of the PSGS of old, even if it is crept out of the meta conversation for the time being. He's definitely making it look good, and those Blood Fiends do an awful lot of damage, Monty. That is to be kept in mind, but is he going to be able to overcome the Twin Blades here? That is going to be the question.
I don't know how I feel about the Twin Blade PSG matchup. I don't really know if there's one that really has a clear winner here, but I think we'll get the answer to that question here right now as I count you in, and
yes, steer.
3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go. The bolt is out. The physics are drank. And both players are going to be looking for this. Obviously, we haven't seen it in quite a while, this particular matchup. It's been a while for me to have seen it anyway. But again, keep in mind that the idea is to go for those roll catches here on the side of Sasimoto, hit them with those 50-50s, and of course build up that bleed, try and get either the Bolus punish or the massive damage from the bleed here, as we are going to see Sasso go for that pressure. Look at that, into the quick pokes are coming out, tries to go for that, the rolling attack comes through here on the side of Gavril, but look at that insane damage into a bleed proc there as Sasimoto is managing to get an insane amount of damage there. The spin slash comes out. He does elect to roll it. Probably could have gone for the follow-up there, but elected not to, as the jump R1 to initiate a running attack there. Of course, the PSGS, especially in its modern iteration, is going to use pretty much its entire moveset as the jump R1 comes through, but it does seem as though a random poise event did come through to get that break up, as we are going to see the attempt to roll catch there from the side of Sasso, who is going to get that quick poke, goes for the vortex, but not quite able to make it, as we do see a jump attack there from Kilo, goes for the crouch R1 to try and mess him up there with the range and the tracking, but unfortunately Gavril is going to get that spin slash in the corner of the standing R1 there, goes for that nice bit of pressure into a bleed proc.
Nice roll with 2 HP.
2 HP and a freaking dream as the knives are out. There are daggers in men's smiles, as we are going to see it. The follow-up into the bleed proc goes for a running R1. It goes for the trade, and that's going to be Sasimoto taking it in a fairly commanding lead there by the looks of things. Oh me, oh my. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, that was yeah, I mean, Sasimoto just really making a case for these Blood Fiend Power Stance Great Spears. Yeah, something I'd love to see from Gavril there is I feel like they in neutral they could have been using Spin Slash a little bit more. Granted, I will say Sasso's playing very, very quick and ready to see it, and that kind of that longer startup on the Ash of War is something that still can be punished. But I think with some of these spacings, Gavril actually might be able to pull some stuff off with it. But either way, I digress. Count me in, Enda.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 2 of this best of 3. Sasso 1, Gavril with a nihil. And 3, 2, 1. The bolt is incoming. And away we go. Ale.
Alrighty. So let's see what Gavril is going to do as a response here. I want to see more aggression from the side of Sasso. I think they can actually, or sorry, from Gavril. I think they can get away with it. And that exactly right there, the spin slash. I think so Sasso's playing very reactive here, but sometimes if you're looking for something specific and then, you're not quick enough and you do, okay, they're running. Yeah, that's not the most optimal move for power set. Oh, and this nice crouch R1 right there. Gets the crouch L1 into the L1. It is just hunting down Gavril. You make one wrong move, and that's so much of your health bar gone. Luckily, still has... okay, was able to get a bolus off there. Wasn't punished from the side of Sassamoto.
The
neutral! The 50-50 was able to get it. Okay, good dodges on the side of Sasso. But there we go. Yep, see, that's what I'm talking about. You can get some of these rollouts potentially with this spinning slash. We do see Gavril at least trying to bring it back a little bit right now. Good running R1 and able to roll out there. See, this is what Gavril needs to do. But if you're in this situation where you're getting hunted down with a PSGS, you got to have an iron mentality to get out of it.
God!
The jump! That was such a goal out! I do like the response there, but now has them in their clutches and takes it. Damn. Sassamoto making a name for these Blood Fiend spears. Wow.
Jeez Louise.
It looks like we are going to see Gavril and Dimka end up.
We are going to take a very quick break. Of course, it is a best of 3 for that. Sasso bleeding the losers bracket, real and true. What a tournament we have had here so far. Very, very well done to everyone. I have to say, you all played an absolute blinder so far to everyone. We're in the top 3, Monty. This has gone a long way. Holy moly, what a tournament. Sasso on the redemption arc for PSGS and himself running his way through losers bracket. What an exceptional showing on PSGS of all things, which of course is, keep in mind, just because it is crept, ladies and gents, doesn't mean that it's still not strong, as we are going to see him in that bronze match. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take just a quick break. Monty, do you have any final thoughts on this tournament so far?
Yeah, just loving to see everything that's coming out again. I think Sassamoto into Dimka, that's going to actually be a heater of a match. I'm looking forward to that, and that's going to be the first one that we have when we get back. So go stretch your legs, get a little snack or something. You are in for a show. Looking forward to seeing y'all back.
See you in a couple of minutes, lads. Toodle pips. on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, we were just clearing up some back-end shenanigans real quick, but we are back. And joining me is, of course, the wonderful, the amazing, the illustrious, it's Montage. How are you keeping?
I'm doing well. Been really enjoying the tournament. There's just been a lot of fantastic matches that we've seen. These as we near in towards the end of this tournament end here. Yeah, there's just been some really hype matches, and I think we have to spotlight again. My gosh, that Braun the Goat comeback on Dimka with 1100 HP that's a moment, right? That's a memorable moment in any of these tournaments that I've seen. That was absolutely insane, and yeah, I almost just want to see Dimka like get that run back, you know.
And
so
to be
good.
honest with you, you know, I jokingly said one more turn on the rack, but not in the way we were expecting with that off rack. Definitely one of the things is we are going to see Sasso here on the Faith build here this time around by the looks of things versus Dimka on the Dexterity build once more, going for the funny shenanigans. Of course, Sasso is going to be looking like he's going to be using incantations versus Dimka, whatever the hell he's... The footwork once more as we see the swap over onto the wind blades here on the side of Sasso, as I just need to change the score. This is going to be the bronze match, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to see... Oh, I just need to press S. There we go. Cool beans. So this is going to be a best of 7 as we crack on, not a best of 3. That would be silly. Best of 7 here for bronze. My apologies again for the delays, but Montage, are you ready for this next fight?
I am ready, and I'm interested to see this this Black Knight Twin Blade from the side. It has the Godskin Peeler running R2 moveset, which I consider to be worse than Twin Knight, but hey, we might see we might see a case for it here. And either way, we have Dimka back on the footwork. I love this so much. So either way, I'm ready to go if you are.
I will count you in, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
Okay, so we do see I'm very hand to hand into Twin Blade. That is interesting, as both setups allow for both players to kind of spam into each other, and we do see the running R2, which is breaking poise, which is fantastic. Again, the buff to these has helped out the weapon class so much. And what I like about this is Dimka is you kind of just press buttons and you get priority, which is fantastic, because if you spam into him, those follow-up kicks, as you can see right there, will take priority even over something like Twin Blade, which also has a fantastic amount of priority in its move set. But right now, I could see with the Sacred Blade there, if Sasimoto does get a running R2 with this thing, it is going to hurt. But either way, okay, see, there we go. And I like those the little strafes with that, because that final poke of the almost gets him with the Sacred Blade there. The final poke of that is something that can be strafed. So I actually love that. Dimka's just running circles around Sasimoto, which is actually kind of what you really should be doing against this weapon, which I love that so much. But either way, see that final, you have to time your roll. You kind of have to angle it a little bit, or you will get caught by that. But either way, just kind of kicking Sasso into a corner here. And just these stray running R2s, Sasso is not respecting enough here. We do see already with the running attacks. Look at that! Look at that! See, it's just a priority king. A jumping R2, very risky move on the Twin Blade. But again, these running R2s, you have to strafe them, because if you roll backwards, you're going to get roll caught by it. Another jumping R2 on the Twin Blade is very... I think it's not a great move, but hey, maybe Sasso knows something I don't. But either way, we're down to 100...
Fast, but it's not going to matter.
Sacred Blade with 187 health is... you're just going to get run down. I don't know if that was a misclick or just a really giga call-out that didn't quite work. But either way, Dimka just running all over Sasso in this first matchup. I mean... If you're running Twin Blade, are you keeping the Twin Blade, Enda, or are you moving on with your life?
You know, looking at it there, it's kind of hard to tell, because Sasso has committed to a change here. Obviously, he can go change back onto his regular build, which would, of course, do an insane amount of work. Obviously, you look at it, you're looking at just, like, we've seen what he was able to do on PSGS. I'm curious as to why the Twin Blade was used here, especially given that it is an awful lot of forward momentum and probably was expecting the off rack. But no, the footwork is doing insane work as we peer over the parapet and give the count in, Monty.
Will do in 3, 2, 1.
All right, well, the bolt is incoming, and there we go. LA, as we are going to see both players here going for the respective buffs. The Sacred, the Blade, say a few Hail Marys there on the old Blade there, and sure, we'll be good to go. As we do see that run attack come through there and get insane damage. Tries to go for that other run or two, but unfortunately not quite able to make it. Trying to leverage that very high damage there is the side of Sasso, but unfortunately the run attacks there into the full... Into the full Monty that comes out there. Into another run or two. Dimka is being put into a world of hurt and is going to trade with the Sacred Blade there. Not actually managing to get the poise break. Tries to go for an outstrafe. Run around there against the footwork. But unfortunately a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there away is the side of Dimka, who could probably even this out. As a trade comes through, Dimka is very, very low, and he knows himself that he could just take a little bit of damage here as the standing R1s come out. Goes for that crouch attack. He's going to be rolled, but and there we go. A little bit of chip damage there in for the side of Dimka as another run attack comes through. Are we going to be able to see Dimka bring this one back slowly but surely? It's hard to tell here on this one as the run R2 comes through, but unfortunately that rolling is going to get that interrupt, and that's going to put Sasso to the Moto onto the scoreboard.
That was a very different fight from round 1.
Very
yeah, something I'm curious of is why Dimka wasn't utilizing the dry leaf ash of war there. I think that actually would have been fantastic into the Twin Blade here. By the way, it doesn't matter what I say because it looks like Dimka is going back to the Rakshasa Walkie setup, which I think is fantastic. I mean, they brought it really close with Braun with this, and honestly, I think if you're trying to go all the way, you might as well just take this this fun setup. And just really roll with it and get used to it. I mean, it is good that he can switch between the two setups, but I think this is going to be the setup that will win him the tournament if he gets that far. So I think just holding out on that for the rest of the match is probably the play. But then again, he knows stuff that I don't, and we'll see how that pans out. But either way, give me the countdown, Enda.
Ladies and gents, montage players. 1-1 match point with tied points. Sorry, excuse me. It's best of 7 for bronze on a 3-2, and maybe, just maybe, a 1. Ali.
Okay, nice. We do see the physic punish with this beast roar. He does on this setup does give himself some opportunity to punish stuff from far away, which I do love that. And we do see that's the thing. The running R2, it just stays out for so long. So something like the off rack shots at distance punish is a fantastic option to have right there. Now the thing is that with having the main hand walkie, Dimka still wants to be in the face of Sasimoto. So it's just making sure that Sasimoto doesn't have the space to do these running R2s at his will. And I think that we just saw the big chunk right there. That's a testament to, again, the build is just, it's good. Oh, but stops the Rakshasa there and gets into the R1, L1, R1, L1, R1. Knockdown! I think he fell off of the little tiny square right there. That's what happened. Oh, no! That is a tragic thing to have happen. The jumping R2 doesn't matter. The walkie is so quick. Yeah, I mean, this is just, this setup is so good from Dimka. I do like the switch to it. That was definitely the play, especially given how that last match went. And
again, remember that like hyper armor does an awful lot of just the hyper armor, right? Think about the hyper armor. It messes up everything that the Twin Blades can do. Twin Blade is a poise chip setup, and not having the ability to poise chip, it's kind of insane. It's absolutely insane because now Sasso can't set up for those run R2s, and that's going to put him in a big disadvantage in this matchup. Absolutely insane. So you know what? GG's. There we go. We do see the PSGS come back out, which is probably a much smarter play here on the side of Sasimoto, as you're going to have to give me the count in, bestie.
In 3, 2, 1.
Boom! And the bolt is out. LA, the players are away. And they're going to get some drinkies in as we do see the Sacred Blade come out. is going to be stuck into the corner, but the Sacred Blade comes out and actually does an awful lot of work there. Goes for JL1, but the knockdown that comes out of it, holy moly. As we are going to see another JL1 come out there once more.
And that killed!
And it actually killed! I look away, I just look to the health bar for 1 second, I'm like, wait, there ain't no way. What?
That was a tier skip. The classic PSGS JL1 tier skip. A tale as old as time, and Sasso pulled it off. We're now 2-2.
What the hell? Bro. What?
This is a fight.
This
is a fight.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm recording. Put it that way. What on earth? Jesus. All right, Monty, you're up. I looked away for 1 second. The match was over. That was. We do a little bit of coin flipping here, folks. My God.
Count me in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. On a 3, 2, 1. Oh, now they play with daggers. May God save their souls.
Yeah, well, let's see if Dimka lets that happen again. No one JL1s me twice. I'm sure that's what they're thinking here. But oh my gosh, I mean, I have to know what the AR on these spears are right now, because that was, I mean, he just did like half his health in one JL1. That was absurd. But yeah, on the jump down, one thing that Sasso does really well is that he just weaving in these jump attacks and where your opponent isn't going to actually quite see them. So let's see if that, what you said right there with the hyper armor is so good. A nice little JL1 late attack there. Doesn't get it right now. We do see the footless man on the side of Sasimoto. But jumping R1 does go wide there. We do see the Okina mast really trying to pump the damage on this. Ooh, another JL1 does go wide. Right now, Dimka is doing a fantastic job punishing these. We do see... Okay, yeah. See, using the Rakshasa, I think, is a fantastic idea into the setup. Oh, it does go wide. Does get the full punish and gets the full, the double R1 walkie. Tries to put him into the vortex, doesn't quite get it. A good jump attack coming out there. And it gets the anti-air with the Rakshasa. It's so good. And the chase down with the walkie. Finished off. It's back and forth. This is a slabber knocker, as I would say.
This is gonna go either way. In all fairness, now the swap to PSGS is of course the smarter play here on the side of Sasimoto. Not only because he can 3-shot the man, and I would ask that Sasso does. And second,
he's got one leg now. One leg, the one-legged man. Amputees rise up.
Oh my God. I had a joke there, but I'm just gonna give it a pass as we do see the lie down, which of course resets it. There we go. Thank you very much. The pirate build. I'm sure that Dimka doesn't like it though, as we are gonna crack on. Give us the count in at your leisure, Monty.
In 3, 2, 1.
As we peer through the parapet this time, we are going to see both players now going for their respective buffs. The physic is drank. The corner pressure is initiated as the JL1 right off the bat there. But Dimka is going to eat that. Perhaps trying to go for a second L1 there to try and punish anything. As we are going to see now Sasimoto here going for these wave dashes here in neutral. Setting up for that delayed crouch while standing, which is of course huge. One of the earliest techs that was discovered in ER. I still remember AV trying desperately to show the old Scotch on that on the stream. Yeah, that's how it works. You can hold onto that crouch attack while standing if you were running. It's kind of based. As we are going to see now both players now chilling here in central. We are going to see the L1 come out there from the JL1 coming out there from the side of Sasimoto, looking for an opportunity here to come through this. There we go, resetting that Sacred Blade. That's going to be huge. But are we going to see the attempted backstab pressure? We do. Sasimoto respecting it, rolls out, but we aren't going to see him hit by any damage as the jump R1 comes out into the L1. A trade does come through there, but that's going to be huge. Into a bleed, but unfortunately the robustness, too robust is Sasimoto, as we're going to see Dimka now chilling like a villain. Dimka is catting him exactly where he wants him. We've got wall bounce. That's going to be a massive build-up there as the Glintstone scraps as our dear old friend
catches. Dimka takes it.
Yeah, he does. The glintstone craps come out there. I think it was Ohai Toto's tourneys. That was where that one was coined way back in the day. But yeah, that's absolutely insane. GG's to Dimka. Moving on into the finals. A scrappy finish. Yeah, that's basically how it's to be.
Great fights.
Absolutely. Like, the swap over to PSGS was the play here, but you see Dimka looking for that corner pressure, taking advantage of the fact that Sasso's trying to reset for those Sacred Blades. Absolutely huge. And that is going to be us moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals. Braun de Goat voices Dimka in the finals.
Dimka gets the run back. And if they're able to get a bracket reset, this is going to be a one hype grand finals.
It's looking to be absolutely phenomenal here, Monty. You know, Braun played so amazingly well in that last match. Dimka has quite the hill to climb because he literally played absolutely cracked in that last one. And, you know, kudos there as well, of course, to Sassamoto putting on a good fight. I will be in touch later on for your prize money. Don't forget to send me a message about that. And we're just getting Braun set up and ready. It does seem as though we've just had a little bit of an issue. Dimka may have been kicked out of World, I'm not sure. But we will wait for both of our players to get in. Elden Ring, yes indeed. At Braun.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Braun, again, did not drop a match at all against Dimka in this setup. And now that he has more information to work off of against Dimka's setup, it might be... It might be something that actually favors Braun, but then again, Dimka also working on the download as well into this fist, so it really could go either way depending on how Dimka adjusts here. And then also just coming off of that immediate match with Sassamoto, they're a little bit more hot, they're a little bit more warmed up right now than Braun might be. But then again, Braun is definitely in one of those players that's reached into that echelon of just being consistent is what I would say. And consistency in a tournament setting is huge. That's really big. And just not letting those turning nerves get to you. As you would say, we do have the LOL 69 strength build has had a flawless run. So there might be something to it. There might be the number blessing at play here. But yeah, it does look like Dimka is sticking with the walkie build. I do think it's a fantastic build.
Yeah, it's doing insane work.
If you were to fight Braun here, who's just been so consistent on these fists, I mean, what are you bringing into it? How would you counter this? I don't really know if there's a Starfist counter per se, but you know, if you're trying to hedge your bets here, what would you bring into this fight?
Yeah, to be honest with you, into fists you just have to play very careful. Basically is the idea. Fists are a setup that can, if you allow them to, can just rush you down like no one's business. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. The biggest thing that I can say, all in all, is that, like, especially a player of the caliber of Braun, what you really need to be worried about is you need to be worried about two things. The running attacks, obviously the running R1s are absolutely insane, and then there's those R2s. You basically pre-space out the attempt to counter pressure. That's your opportunity to get the hit on that. He has the off wacky. He can get that opportunity to get the hit, and that's huge, absolutely huge. But keep in mind, Braun is waiting for that, so he might be able to jitter out himself utilizing his own low recovery to come back in then and actually hit him with a run attack. It's going to boil down to who gets the more solid reads. That's basically what this matchup. Both of them have access to unreactables. One of them has the insane bleed build up, and of course so does Braun. Keep in mind, Starfists do have an 8 bleed on them. Might not be much, but over the course of a long match, which we may yet see, that could come in clutch here. So that's just something we'll have to keep in mind. Always keep in mind that Dimka is a veteran who has been around for a long time. I've been vortexed by his rotten brew many's the time. But Monty, we do have both of our players in, as I very quickly go to my face. I'm hyped for this. I'm absolutely hyped. I hope you are too. Will I give you the count in?
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, 2, 1, let's get the show on the road. LA.
Okay, we are seeing Dimka on the same setup. Has he been able to think and sit on this this matchup? Right now, Dimka playing a little bit more aggressive. I do like that. Okay, there we go. Braun using the Starfist to its potential there again with that rushdown potential that you did talk about earlier. I like that little turnaround R1. I think the walkie just is going to. I like that. The R2 didn't quite commit to it. Turned around. That was a great move from Braun there. I gotta say, Dimka's roll discipline is very fantastic. A lot of these kind of sneaky running jump R2s on the Starfist. They are scary. They do come out fast, and Dimka's been ready for them every single time. And yeah, exactly like that. So right now we're moving. Okay, does get a tag there with the running R1. Does get another tag there. Again, Braun is making Dimka really think hard and long about when he uses this Rakshasa, because it's just slow enough to where he can get in and out, which is fantastic use and gameplay from Braun here. Right now, trying to get the run attack with AK. Braun keeping him on his toes with the Horfrost Stomp, the Divine Beast Horfrost Stomp, but he's just mashing right now, and Dimka just has too low of health with 100. And it goes for the parry.
He manages to get the kill there off of that. The parry there, he's just not sure what to do. Dimka, this is a really bad situation. He's constantly able to get those nice bits of chip in. He's able to keep up the pressure. The rack just isn't able to get the L1 out fast enough. The fists are pretty insane. The pressure here that Braun is able to put out is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And I would ask the chat just keep everything in English, please. Mods, you have discretion. Do what you need to do. But yeah, either way, we are going to crack on now with this next round. It is, of course, going to be round 2. Braun won the finals best of 9. And a bracket reset to follow is going to be a best of 5 should it come to that. But Monty, give us the count in.
In 3, 2, 1.
All right, and away we go. Kaboom! LA. And away goes the drinks and force back in now. Both players are looking for their opportunity to get in. Of course, the Fist here doing an absolutely exceptional job. The off-rack here still remaining a threat, but Braun isn't letting it get to his head as that R2 comes out. But there we go. Look at that. The R1 does come out there, but unfortunately a whiff is going to cost Dimka very dearly as Braun is going to be forced back now. Look at that. He jitters out, trying desperately to force Dimka to engage and try and get the ballast punish, but Braun's not having any of it. He does have that robustness. You see these jitters out. He's trying to bait it out. He's recognizing when he isn't safe. But there we go. Looking, tries to get another one. Braun realizing he doesn't have the ability to get that R2 out, so he just rolls away. Are we going to see some conditioning come out here from Dimka to actually take advantage of that? As we are going to see the Divine Beast Stomp does actually manage to get some nice damage there. Force back in there. The second L1 comes out there from Dimka, just throwing Braun off his game. He's just far enough. He's able to do it. The tier has been procced down for both of them. The R2s come out. Looking at that, the L1. Braun going for a crouching attack there, getting a nice tasty amount of damage. Force back now is Dimka. Are we going to see that attempt to bleed ballast here from the side of Braun? Not really. He's just chilling here. He recognizes that he can just roll that proc if needed. But it's going to be very spooky, especially with that nasty Wakazashi there as he gets a nice little bit of chip in. Is the side of Dimka. Tasty damage on the board now once again. Both sides relatively low. Jump attack comes through there into the L1. Nice. R1 tries to go for the second one. 74 HP on the board. But that is going to be the attempt to swap over to the Rakshasa. Dimka's has finally taken down the GOAT for the first time in this tourney. 1-1 in this best of 9. Holy sheesh.
First round loss for Braun. I was telling you, I was like, Dimka is just knocking on the door of getting these matches. It's only a matter of time where he starts to kind of figure things out. And that I think his Waki use in that last match was really the decider there. He was able, even into Starfist, which is incredibly hard to do because it's such a fast weapon, but to use that dagger to just really just build up status, build up. I mean, going a full dex build and it being a sharp Wakizashi from what I saw, that's still a lot of damage, right? And even onto something like Lionel's outfit where it's like you get a lot of slash damage, it's still building up quite a bit. And so yeah, just using those little in outs, I think he's figured out when the R2 is on the table in terms.
Oh, hello.
Okay, I can do this. I can get out. This is what's safe. This is what isn't, and he's starting to figure that out. But you know, it could also just be a matter of Braun being like, "All right, you get one. That won't happen again." So
it will remain to be seen as we move on into this next round. Monty, audience, players, are you at the ready?
I am.
All right, ladies and gents, in a 3, 2, 1. Ale. In a second. Boom.
Alrighty. So let's see how this goes. Maybe this could be a momentum shift for Dimka. But just the random, just kind of turbo R1 right there. It is going to change a lot. Oh my gosh, but he's got him in a corner. Dimka now has half their health gone. Gets the 1-2 and out. Actually got the break there, so it could have went for a third, but either way, better safe than sorry. Great stuff. Ooh, okay, does get the grease off without being punished, but look at this. We just see such a killer Braun. Yeah. We already have the tier popped on the side here. Braun is not letting Dimka get any amount of not letting Dimka just have any room to breathe here, and I think that's exactly that is how you play Starfist. Look at that. I mean, Braun is just all over the place. We are now down to 300 health to an almost unhit, but we do see an R2 actually doesn't kill Dimka. Dimka with 1 HP in a dream, and yeah, running R1. That's gonna finish. He can stay dreaming,
basically, is what you're trying to say, isn't that?
Yeah. You can sleep a lot when you're dead. Oh my gosh.
Have a little bit of a snooze during the loading screen. Oh me, oh my.
Wow, that was such a response. That was a message being sent there from Braun, and he did such a good job of it too. Yeah, you're now up 2-1.
Talking about that, he's really throwing Dimka off the game because again, everyone else respects the off rack so goddamn much. They respect it a hell of a lot, but it's not going to matter here in this one because Braun is confident. He's confident with his spacing. He's confident he knows the opportunities to go in and do the damage. It's actually really, really nice to see. But, ladies and gentlemen, Monty, players, friends all, count us in.
In 3, 2, 1.
Boom! As we are going to see now the physics here from both of our players. Braun there chilling like a villain here, looking for that, and there we go. The Fists of Fury ring true as the dagger comes out, and Dimka electing to stay in there a little bit more, playing it very, very risky because he does have that opportunity to come in. We are going to see that L1 come through there now once again, running attacks left and right, but that whiff punish there into the R2. Braun is actually down in health here, but we see that the bait out there of trying to get the off rack out. Dimka takes another little bit of damage, another little bit of a boop on the snoot, as we are going to see here the off dag play puck here with Braun's gameplay, and that off dag is playing so key to Dimka's play style here. He's looking to try and get those hits in, build up that bleed, try and even out the match as the off rack comes through, and look at that, we're probably going to see Braun here be a little bit more cautious here, and there you have it. His bleed bar is very, very high as he's going to be chilling in neutral, the little bit of a turnaways, but unfortunately that is going to be both players relatively even here within about 100 HP of each other, as we are going to see Braun here getting those greases up. That is a risky maneuver, especially when you're playing that close, as the off tag, the turnaway is there as well on the side of Dimka, not wanting to be whiff punished here. Could have set up there for run R2, but Dimka calls it out there and actually goes for the dagger hit there, as we are going to see the poise break 600 to 900. 300 HP in the difference. This could all turn around. A single L1 R1 here from the side of Dimka could make this a very even match. Both sides have very high damage on their side. Dimka electing, instead of going for the off dagger there, goes for the L1. Very nice mix-ups here from the side of Dimka. Nice conditioning as well. Braun is aware constantly that he has that off rack on command, but that's going to be the tier proc and 1000 HP. Both players scrapping here. That bleed proc must be very, very high now. It's very, very close. As a running attack comes through there, it's not quite able to make it. As another running attack, the whiff comes through. Not feeling safe about staying in there, feeling that there was an R2 there, a read, but unfortunately not the right one, as Braun does not go for it, as we are going to see Braun here playing there. We see these waggles here in neutral. It's where this was a PK mirror, as we are going to see both of them just looking to try and bait the other one out. Nice little feints here from neutral, not going for the second one, or where the Rack Sasha could come out at any given time, or potentially get the punish here, as Dimka is just chilling. Look at that run attack, goes through, jumping attack is going to hit 21 HP. Is he going to be a sorry for the gun kill kind of moment, as we do see I believe that was just a regular frost stamp there to try and throw off here, and there we have it. We go running attack now, not quite able to make it. 700 HP. This is very much within the lines of I can one-shot you, I can play off of one interaction. That's spacing though. Holy moly, what the frickin' frick.
That was in like the perfect pixel range to get that. That was very, very well done from Braun. Braun goes up 3-1. That one, these matches are starting to kind of carry on a little bit longer than the earlier ones. It was kind of like let's blow each other up, but now both players starting to respect each other a lot more.
Well, keep in mind that what is going on, that the reason why they're playing so slowly, not only is it because the off rack here kind of dictates the pace of the fight, if Dimka isn't going to whiff as much with it, but it's also the fact that that bleed bar is going to be very high all the way through this fight. And if I'm going to be honest with you, Braun is actually playing this perfect. He's not going for the bolus. He's not giving Dimka the opportunity to get the punish. But as Zen here says, crazy how high level isn't attacking but baiting. Yes, to try and force out those whiffs so you have something to work with. But ladies and gentlemen, Montage, are you good to go?
I am, and let's get that countdown.
All right, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Okay. Oh, we do see the Beast Roar come out and trying to get a little bit of a punish there. We also see some throwing knives. Both players trying to knock each other's Ritual Shield off. Doesn't quite get it. R2 goes wild. We do see the classic L1 into the 2 R1 combo. That's so nasty for this setup, and something that Braun definitely has to play around. Like you said, it does dictate the match here. Dimka is just pressing the buttons. Braun was not ready for him to do it twice in a row. Oh, but there we go. A nice running R1 does even things up slightly there. We do see Dimka now with that running R2 on the walkie. Does get it, and Braun gets the bleed bolus. That is a huge advantage for Braun here. Dimka is really trying to get these blood procs off. That is a big part of his setup here. But if he's not able to get it, gosh, Braun is so ready for these off-rack Shasa swings. Gets the R1, gets the poise break there. And yeah, he is just all over Dimka, just like that second match where he was just completely just not letting Dimka breathe. I mean, he's doing it once again. I talked about how they're going out, they're respecting each other a little bit more, but yeah, Braun is not really doing that. He can kind of afford to do that, but that
my god! Oh, I think that tier skipped.
That was another tier skip. That was insane. Dimka was looking like he was ready to take that, but that was like another near perfect tier skip from Braun.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The fists do so much damage. They're able to get so much work out. That Dimka must be pretty frustrated here that he's taken all of these tier skips. I mean, in the fights with Sasimoto, in this, man, that's kind of crazy. And you know, tier skips are the interactive part of people choosing physics, so it is all there. It is a no-brainer, but that's the degree of interaction that you have. And now, look at this. We are going to have both of our players in. Braun with a 3-point lead. Dimka could still... We've seen Dimka wake up and do insane amounts of damage. But let's wait and find out. Monty.
This is possible for Braun to take it home here. Let's see if they can secure that win.
Ladies and gents, I'm ready. Give us a shout in.
In 3, 2, 1.
Boom, and look at that there. And we are going to actually see Bevins point out something very nice. Dimka was able to proc his own tier there. Well, there, see that there, that immediate counter-aggression there from the side of Dimka, as we do see a good roll out there, not getting L1. There is Braun. Braun chilling here, going for that running attack, is going to get hit there, but then look at those R2s. The aggression here is going to be behind here in this fight by about, like, 700 HP in the difference here, but look at that. Braun maybe playing a little bit too fast and loose here with this, as we are going to see Dimka go for that. The charge, or the R2 comes out there. Look at that, they're crouching attack. They're trying to force out an action there into the second R2 there, evening it out by such a wide margin. 720 HP. Are we going to see the self-proc here? He must be close to it, because I believe that Braun is in range for one more trade as another running attack runs through, getting a little bit of damage in there, as we are going to see Dimka there go for another L1, not quite able to make it. Both sides here chilling. We are going to see the dagger come out there. This is still, both sides are very much in as the Divine Beast Stomp into the R2, into a follow-up R2. Dimka is in the danger zone, but we will see now if Braun is able to force a tier proc of his own. He also, I believe, is within that range, as we are going to see. Looking at that, the running attack comes through. That is going to be the tier proc. Braun not able to do it. However, the off dagger here coming in clutch. However, we are going to see yet another running attack ring through here, but it's not going to hit. Braun chilling here, going for this. His bleed bar must be pretty high. However, Dimka's going to get hit. We do see the jumping attack. Dimka just out of distance for it. It's all going to come down to this. Is Dimka going to be able to leverage the Raksasha here, force one more trade on a running attack there, but he is going to clip him from Kilo on that run. We're going to see just a very patient play here. Looking at that, Braun here wants to finish it out. He doesn't want to be in as the R2 comes through, and that is going to be Braun the GOAT taking it. Let us take a look at the face of our champion. Look at him, that little dandelion. That dandelion. Oh, there we go. We'll figure this out yet. I'm not quite used to this free cam. Look at him here in center. And the spin! Fancy spin. Can we see the sliders though, Braun? Do you have the same sliders as of old? This is the real question. Are we gonna are we gonna get a look? We're just gonna have to zoom in here and take. We're gonna follow him across. Look at him as he stands. Come, let us sit neath the shade of a tree. Beautiful. We can actually do the unthinkable here. We can turn off the blue. We can actually take a proper look. Montage. What a round.
Yeah, that was, I mean, such a strong showing from Braun there. That he does have, I mean, look, the terror of Mag for a reason.
Oh
that
my.
Is, that's our winner right there, baby. Oh my gosh. I mean, congratulations to both players. I mean, despite every single game was so close. Again, Dimka was just right on the doorstep of making every single, like, Braun had to work for that. That wasn't, while the score may have been a 5-1, that was a worked for 5-1. Dimka putting up a good showing, putting on a show for everyone here. And I just want to say to everyone in chat, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the matches today. They were a blast to me. I was having a lot of fun. I hope you guys were too. A lot of crazy moments in there. Braun doing some massive comebacks. Yeah, that was great stuff from everyone. Like to see all the builds, and yeah, guys, fantastic work from everyone. Great showing from all the players.
And again, thank you so much, Montage, for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I know I certainly did. What a tournament. The first of the Tryhard Throwdowns, and a throwdown it was with the Fist R2 tier skip, not once but a couple of times. Yeah, we'll actually get, obviously we'll get an old dirty shout out here for Montage. And remember to submit your bingo cards in general chat, and we'll rate them at the end. That's going to be very important for the end record. But yeah, Monty, do you have any closing thoughts before we move on to send the Twitch people over? But we will be doing just a little bit of a nice little chill post-tourney chat in YouTube for maybe 15-20 minutes after this. But do you have any final thoughts?
Nothing really. Just great matches as always, and thanks again for having me. I always enjoy yapping. So this is fun to me, and it's cool to see that just competitive dueling, multiple tourney hosts, just seeing the scene continue on, and just great showings from everyone, just all around great. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, as ever, folks, I'm always open to feedback. So if you're a player and you want some feedback, or if you have any feedback, and even as a viewer, I do appreciate hearing if there are ways that we can make this better. I have a few people I need to thank here. Oh, sweet Jesus. The DGB, thank you for the follow. Anonymous gifter, Heartbreaker Jaker, Out of Hentai, great name, very pro. M. Byrne, another anonymous gifter. J. Monto, not to be confused with Monty. Schmear Michael, I have no idea if I'm saying that. Fau Pier. Siren, the sixth. Never Dyer, Joyce, Frank Booth, Sir Shup, X Charity, and of course Veggie for the resubscribe, Many Mark for the subscribe with Prime, and Memo the Goat. Monty, you have the last word before we crack over to YouTube chat, which Twitch chatters can go by YouTube.
Don't have much. Thanks again. I'm excited to kind of decompress from all that and chill and chat over YouTube. And thanks again, everyone, for being here, and thanks for supporting the channel and the scene and everything. So that does mean a lot, guys.
All right, we'll send the Twitch chatters on, and we'll be joining YouTube in a second. All right, talk to you all in a minute. I just realized I ended stream. That is really stupid. I thought I stopped recording. That was really stupid.
Nice.
Now there we go. We clicked the right one this time. Yo, folks, sorry. We're back with the brand new track. Holy moly. That was good. That was very good. Oh man.
Yeah.
How are YouTube doing? Sorry, I ended up ending the stream there by mistake. That was the wrong button, but the fucking R2s. And yes, SK. It should be back. You know, I pressed the wrong button. Don't even worry about it. We made a critical error. Alright? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Dude, though. Some of those fucking rounds. Like, I have seen Montage so fucking much complaining about off-rack
Mm-hmm.
by everyone. And all we end up seeing... Shut the fuck up, SK! I don't know if you... Can you see the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see it. You're good. Listen, alright? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But, like... have you fought into off-rack at all, Monty?
I haven't fought it. I've seen other people fight it and complain about fighting it. So I'll take their word for it that it's probably annoying, but yeah, I really don't know myself.
Oh, I do see. Yeah, I've played a little bit into it. I do have... Raincoat used a little bit with the backhand blade, which I'm shocked no one used this tourney. I know Brom was saying that in my rule set, backhand blade might actually not be as strong as some other things. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, on paper, I'd still say backhand blade sweeps most of this. I think it's just a pure taste thing, to be honest with you. I was shocked we didn't see any of it. Like, at all.
Yeah, does the cursed blade I would imagine it being that it's in the backhand blade weapon class, is that still like, is the damage still like off the charts?
It's still very, very, it's insanely strong pretty much, but like I just don't know why people don't use it. I really, really don't. Like when I
think it's a practice thing, right? Because most, like, I feel like most FCs and most other rule sets just straight up have backhand blade banned as of right now. So
not quite. I know that Ladder Cord has some interesting rules regarding it. They've limited to like plus 16 or something like that. It's actually really stupid. I don't quite understand why they're doing that.
when you say plus 16, oh, like the weapon
Yeah, the
level?
weapon level. Yeah, they've restricted the weapon level, which is just insane to me. I don't know why they've done that. That's very, very weird. But in the same vein, I don't know why they've done it that way. I think that's asking for trouble, personally, for me. I don't know.
Why do you say that? Like, is it because you can't really confirm the weapon level, or
You can with CE, but that's yet another thing that you have to have on the tourney manager and stuff like that. Like, that requires more stuff that... yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
I think it's an interesting solution because it doesn't feel good to outright ban a weapon class. But yeah, I don't know. Like when that weapon class is as quick as it is and has the frame data that it does, doing the damage that it also does, it's like, like there has to be some solution there. I would imagine. I think it's interesting. Probably it'd be a little annoying to work around, but it's like I also see the argument in that, like, let's say we were trying to standardize plus 16 backhand blades. I mean, that would be borderline impossible to confirm. Not impossible, but like think about console, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you
confirming that there's 16. It's you can't really. It's like the same thing where like console likes to ban Great Shard of Alexander, right? But it's like you can't really, unless you are like so good at knowing how much damage does to what types of armor and stuff like that. It's so hard to track.
Yeah, and you're gonna need the answer to that is having people in VC where both players will like share their screen, which not everyone is gonna be able to do, which causes its own host of fucking problems. Like I don't know. There's no good solution for console. And it's really weird considering the biggest prize pools right now are on console. I mean, there's like insane amounts of money on the line there for all of it. It's kind of nuts. So, man, I don't know. I think that console's just in a situation where it's really hard to enforce anything without getting shitloads of staff to be able to make sure that every tourney is done. And from like working with Den, and I know working from Den. Oh God, how I know that staffing tournaments is already really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Not least like making sure I don't even have a co-caster every week, right? Which is fine. It suits me down to the ground, but for a newer person coming up, it's very, very stressful. So I don't know. I think that it's just a situation of, unless they find some way to jailbreak and get save editor and have memorized all the numbers and stuff like that. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't know.
Yeah, but even then, that's like not really a solution because you have to have that like that required of all players. It's like,
There you go.
good luck.
And I know on PlayStation it's hard enough to fill a bracket. That discriminating in any way, especially against people who might not have the best net, is a really, really bad situation. I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air about it. I might do a PSN tourney once in a blue moon. But right now, it's not the priority. It's mostly going to be PC because they have all the bells and whistles. Look at this shit. Like, I can just hop right back over and look at, like, you have all of these overlays, you have all of this stuff. It's
the
so
viewer
hard to
experience is just so much better on PC. And the net code is better. It's just PC is just better in every facet.
Yeah.
But there's also like, I don't know. There's just such I feel like there's a hungry community of people that want to do stuff. I think where console and really any, really all tournaments can thrive off of. I think this is also why you've been doing well as of recent, is because you've done a lot of beginner tourneys, and that's brought a lot of. It's gotten a lot of players' foot in the door, which I think is like that's the play. I think a lot of people should be really focusing on those, at least for the next couple months. Like, obviously you still want to have the really hype, like high end tournaments where you have the best talent, the invitationals. But I think this is also, again, we've talked about this, riding the hype of the DLC. You're going to see some new players, some returning people and stuff like that. And this is just to, strike while the iron's hot, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you're getting I think what people forgot as well, I know some people were kind of shocked that the numbers were quite low, just talking from behind the scenes things, as boring as that is. And the real reason for it, let's be completely fucking honest, is because most of the players who started during the DLC have either already tried the PvP and said this isn't for me, or haven't a build ready in the first place, and they're seeing it. And community events are fantastic. I know Den is going through some hassle right now with leadership changing over, which, again, if you're not keeping an eye on the Den, the Duelist Event Network on Twitch is putting out probably some of the best tournaments that the scene has ever seen. I was privileged to be a part of that project, but I am curious, some of the YouTube chatters, I know you're listening in, but if you have any questions or anything like that, I know I've seen an awful lot of them from Zen and a few others, but if you have any questions or anything like that, myself and Monty would be more than happy to answer them in any way we can, except SK. He's a shitter. He's not allowed.
Stop slouching in your chair. It's bad for your posture. Well, that's just, SK just cares with that comment.
I mean, being meaningfully less toxic, you've already gotten your bingo. You don't need to do any more.
The bingo thing was so funny. I love that so much. How did the bingo cards look? I actually haven't had a chance to check. Did we
I mean, I've probably done all of them in one match. I think the only card that couldn't have been used is the artist badge beam, and the that's pretty pro. That was really, really pro. Or the alternative, what was the other one then that mightn't have been done, the 350 millisecond match? Although Germany was involved in the tournament, so that's possible.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's so funny, dude. That
So
I just saw stuff on there. I was like, co-caster drops last second. I was just like, oh man, I got to do that for the people, Say sorry, man, but I just want to make sure that they get their bingo.
Bingo card was one of my proudest moments. Yeah, damn fucking straight it would be. I think I'm gonna just leak very quickly just as to what was going on behind the scenes. We Sasimoto re-entered World on a build that was 127, but shouldn't have been. He'd obviously done some CE shenanigans, so there was a bit of a blind panic of, oh wait, is Gavril in or not? I can't remember the name of the build that fought. I'm fairly sure we've it sorted out, but I did warn the chap that if it turns out, if I go back and check and he was on that other build, he's giga fucking blacklisted. Like, that shit can't stand. But yeah, I'll just
because all rules, just like, that's the hard thing about having a rule set and applying them. Is like, because I remember there was like an incident in one of like the Den tournaments where like Saucy had I think it was like both of the feathers on for like a split second.
and he got DQ'd, and he's like, it literally changed nothing. I didn't get hit.
Yeah, but
And it's
that's,
like,
yeah, there you
right,
go.
and yeah, and that's the thing is that like, sure, the outcome wouldn't have changed, but it's still the principle of like when you're applying these things, like you just have to be fair across the board, even if it seems quote unquote like BS or had nothing to do with anything. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter. Like it's just when you're applying that, you have to work with that and just accept that that's what you're doing when you enter a tournament. You know.
Yeah, that's my way of looking at it. You know, the rules are what they are, and if someone asks for reset, I just say no. That we have to crack on with the tournament, especially in a beginners event. I think it's important that like people know to read the rules. People have gotten away with murder because most tournaments have had the same rule set for years in Dark Souls 3 especially. But I think for given now that we have multiple rule sets, there's YY's rule set that's on the run. There's mine. There's Den's. There's a couple of other ones. There's PSN Cord who have their own thing going on. Like there's a bunch of different rule sets now. So I think people actually like taking a moment just to go, okay, I just have to double check that everything is right. Because I enter a ladder tourney and I'm like sweating, going, oh my god, have I everything set up? I've nothing illegal, right? This is oh me, oh my.
Well, that fucked me up for Twitch Rivals. Was in the 3v3s, they had a very bizarre rule set that was extremely alien to me. Like no healing, couldn't use Crimson Bubble tier, stuff like that. And like, you know, we took the round loss, and like I felt bad, but I was just like talking to my teammates. I was just like, this is a really, really fucking strange rule set because it was really vague too. They're like healing items, and some people just or like with the tiers, they're like, some people like Steel even like interpreted that as like, oh, it's just the physic that you heal half your health bar, like that one, or like the heal over time. We're like, oh sure, but like we never considered that. Yeah, I mean, Crimson Bubble is a heal, you know. It's just, but it's always allowed, you know.
Yeah.
You have Opaline hard tier and Crimson Bubble. That's always
Dude,
been standard.
Early on, I remember having a conversation with someone in a Twitch chat a long time ago. I was fully expecting the second chance tier, the Crimson Bubble tier, to be banned. I was fully expecting it because I'd seen the amount of people that argued way back when to actually get it banned was insane. I actually couldn't get it, and I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to use it because it's going to be banned. So like, I'll just use whatever else then, really. But no.
Yeah, one thing that like was really interesting is like some of the PlayStation tournament. I know Jaker does this in his tournaments. Like the red feathers just outright banned, right?
Which makes sense for PlayStation 100% because like again, tier skips on crack. They'd be just insane. Like I understand the idea behind the 99 vigor thing. I don't like it personally. I think that kind of your survivability is kind of, I mean, the infrastructure on PSN isn't good enough. I don't personally like the 166 or whatever. Much like it makes sense. Much like 99 vigor, it does make sense. Yeah, but the community is now all over the shop, right? Because I know that they're experimenting with different things. I think it's cope with whatever. It does make sense for tier skips and stuff. It only makes sense for tier skips for me. Because otherwise you're only really saving one interaction max. Like a half hit. It means you can snipe 166 molders easier. True. But yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting it's kind of funny that with console, you know, you are playing as completely separate game, and then applying those rule sets, especially if you're someone like me who I have the game on both console and PC. It's like kind of switching back and forth, like you were saying earlier. It's like kind of sweating. I'm like, okay, please don't tell me that I'm like, because that's such a bummer when you thought you've read it thoroughly and you just did like one thing like incorrect. You're like, oh
yeah,
I can't power stance this, or I can't two-hand this, right? You know, and you're just like, ah, shit.
But yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions from people in YouTube chat. I see it's only SK there. And if you have any questions, we'll be finishing up in a few minutes. So now's your chance to get the questions in, folks.
But yeah, all in all, man, it's a super fun tournament. As always, I appreciate you having me out. Good time.
We'll just give someone an opportunity. True. All right. It doesn't seem that anyone is there. So we're just going to crack on. YouTube chat, you are loved and appreciated. Sorry for the ending of stream. We pressed the wrong button. You hate to see it. But yeah, Monty, you have the last word, brother.
Again, thanks for having me, and looking forward to the next.
All right. see you all definitely on YouTube. We'll see you all for the fight night on Wednesday. There'll be the beginners bracket again next week on Thursday, and I don't think I have anything else booked, so we'll have a nice chill weekend for myself then. All right, folks. In other news, I'll be hosting with the YY tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Irish, I believe it is. So I will see you all then. All right. Bye-bye.
Go Pips.
And